specialist with over 20 years of experience in strategy, operations, and human resource management. She began her career in law, but later moved into business management, where her passion lies. In the course of her career, she has developed various management strategies that drive optimal performance to achieve the overall organizational objective, while also developing the human resource capacity or skills required for successful implementation. She is currently the head of strategy and planning in a government agency. She is married and with children. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put a round of applause in the chat room as we welcome to class this morning, Mrs. Adebanke. Thank you very much for joining us. You can take it up from here, please.
Thank you very much, Edith. I appreciate the warm welcome. Thank you, everyone. Good morning and welcome to class. As I've been introduced, my name is Mrs. Adebanke Fajano. I have a passion for teaching, and as such, I'm not a typical lecturer that would just talk, and you just sleep off while I'm talking. So I'm going to crave your indulgence right from the start now that this is going to be a highly interactive class. I'm going to call you randomly. I have all your names. And if you don't offer to talk, I will call your name randomly and I'll ask you to talk. What we are discussing this morning, ethics, governance, and SDG, are not things that are new to you. They are not things you haven't heard of. They are things you come across every day. So it's essential that we have an engagement. We discuss what ethics are, what your understanding of ethics is, and then look at how it affects us in our daily lives. So thank you. I would share my slides now. If you can see my screen, please confirm that you can. Can you?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Yes, that person that said yes is right on point. That's the kind of class I want. If I ask a question, I would love to get an answer. Okay, so this class, like we said earlier on, we are looking at sustainable ethics, governance, and sustainable development goals. The objective is first, number one, to understand what ethics is. Then we will look at the different qualities of ethics, and then from there we'll analyze ethics against morality. What is ethics? What is morality? Are they interchangeable? If they are different, what makes them different? And I'm going to ask you questions on what your opinion is on these things. Then we'll briefly look at the different dimensions of ethics. We'll look at the application of ethics before we now go into sustainable development goals. Now, I know your coordinator said that you should write your questions down. Intermittently, I will break. After each section, I will break and ask you questions or give room for questions. I prefer to address the questions, strike the road when it's hot, you know? So I'll give you room to ask questions after each of the sections that we are going to be treating. So if you have your questions, you just, after when I pause, you ask them, we'll treat them before we go to the next aspect of the presentation that we are dealing with. Now, so first, let's see, what is, excuse me a moment. What is ethics? I'm going to call two people to tell me what they think ethics is. Now, if you tell me what ethics is, be sure that you are not choosing something from the screen here, because it probably is not right. Or it may be right, I don't know. So what is ethics? I just need two people to raise your hand if you want to talk. I'll call you. If you think you know what ethics is, raise your hands, let me see. Remember, I told you if you don't raise your hands, I'll call you randomly. Anybody? Yes, Oluwatoyin and Riosho. That's 2 people now, so I'll take Oluwatoyin and Riosho. And please go ahead, mute yourself, speak.
Okay, good morning, ma'am. For me, I think ethics are sets of rules guiding moral conduct in the society, in business, and so on.
Okay, so you believe there are sets of rules that guide what?
Moral conduct in business, in the society, and in other spheres of life.
Okay, I would still take that and pin it somewhere beside the board. The next person, sorry, Victor. Victor, you raised your hand.
Good morning, all.
Yes, good morning.
I'm Victor here. Just to put a perspective of what I think or I feel ethics is, or what comes to the mind when you hear the word ethics, it has to do with ways and procedures with which things are done in a particular organization or group.
You think it's ways and procedures things are done in a particular group. So I'll pin yours beside the previous speaker's own. And just one more, I'll take one more opinion of what ethics is. Unfortunately, I cannot seem to find where I will see who's raising his or her hands. So let me open the whole chat. Okay, I see the hands, but I want to be able to see without shouting. Okay, if your hand is raised, just go ahead and answer. Excuse me.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, I just feel it has to do with moral
Please introduce
principles.
yourself. I can't see who is
Okay, sorry. The name is Niyo Yekunle.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it just has to do with moral principles and how you apply.
How you apply moral principles.
Moral principles, because it
Thank
fits
you very
into,
much.
in every field.
Yes. What I'm going to say is that if we aggregate all the answers we got, we have something. Thank you. You can put your hands down now. If we aggregate all the answers we got, some people talked about rules, some people mentioned morality, some people talked about guidance, nobody is wrong and nobody is absolutely right. That's why we are going to look at what ethics are. Like I said, it's not new to us, but we are going to look at it in the, should I say, scientific manner. Now, let's look at it. What are ethics? What is ethics, rather? Ethics is derived from the Greek word ethos, which means what? A way of living, how you do what you do. Now, it is based on well-founded standards of what is morally good and bad. You remember I said nobody is absolutely good, right, or wrong. Someone mentioned moral rules or guidelines. You can see the reflection of that here. What is morally right or wrong for the society? Ethics establish the rules that individuals need to follow for survival. You remember somebody said guidelines for survival of the society. Therefore, ethics are subjective and communal. So what this brings us to, let me just say this briefly, is that you cannot say that ethics are universal. Morality is different from this. What is good, what is bad is bad. However, ethics are not universal. They are subjective on the environment that you are in. I'll give you 2 instances, or an instance now. Think of when you check into a hotel. The person that checks you into your room, or maybe the bellboy that carries your bag, somebody, the acceptable standard of behavior is that you tip, right? And if you don't tip that person, it's while it's not a sin, it's a little frowned on. So it's ethically, it's good practice for you to tip, right? However, if you're in an office and you are performing your functions in a corporate environment, especially when they tell you gratuitous gifts are not allowed, when you help, let's take the instance of a banker. If you help somebody process their transaction and the transaction comes through, and the person decides to pay you across the counter to say thank you, and the camera is looking right at you, bet you are going to say no. Why? Because taking tips and all that are not allowed in that kind of environment, based on the fact that there are different principles that are in operation in the different environments that these two people operate. So that's why we said ethics are subjective and communal. An ethical behavior is an action that is following the rules of what is considered correct in society. So if you go to Japan now and you want to greet, you bow. You go to America, you stretch your hand and you shake. If you come to Africa and you bow, well, it depends on the kind of bow. If you bow the kind of Japanese bow, they might look at you and think probably you have a stomachache or something. But you will show some respect, some level of, let's talk about you going to the village to greet your grandparents. For those of us that are from the Yoruba ethnic group, go to your grandparents and you stretch your hand to want to shake them. I mean, that's ethics. That tells you that it depends on the kind of environment, what is considered correct or acceptable in every society. On the contrary, a moral behavior is driven by the desire to do what is good. Remember, I said it earlier on that yes, morality is good or bad, differentiating between what is good or bad. However, ethics is what is considered okay, acceptable in an environment. Does anybody have any question here? Not yet. So let's go on. In a broader sense, ethics reflects on human beings. In a broader sense, ethics reflects on human beings and their interaction with nature and other humans. That means it looks at how you relate with the fellow human beings in your environment, how you relate with your environment itself, how you express your freedom, how you take on your responsibility, what you see or what you perceive rather, and accept as your responsibility, and what you perceive as justifiable or justice. It can be said that in general, ethics is concerned with human independence when it focuses on relationships that exist between humans and the world. Now, this seems kind of ambiguous. What we are talking about ethics, we are talking about human independence. Let's break it down. When you say human independence, we are looking at autonomy and agency. That's human independence, human autonomy and agency. And when we are talking about human autonomy, we are looking at things that talk about your ability to make your own choice and your decisions based on your free will, your ability to act and think independently, your ability to self-regulate and take actions. No, sorry, to self-govern and self-regulate. That's what your autonomy is about. An agency has to do with actions that you take and their impacts on the people around you. Your exercise of power, your control over your own decisions and circumstances, and then how you shape your own destiny. This now shapes your destiny and creates your own opportunities, how you use this to do that. So you see, when you say human independence, it just talks about how you conduct yourself, what you do, what you choose to do. Now, we are saying ethics is connected with human independence, meaning that it guides your interactions and your relationships with people around you. I just wanted to have a brief breakdown of that so that there's no ambiguity when you say ethics and human independence. It just means that your ability to do things of your own free volition, of your free will. Now, autonomy and agency also implies that human individuals have the ability to think for themselves. We've already covered that, and determine your values. Thus, ethics is concerned with understanding and evaluating the dynamic relationship between you and your environment. Of course, your environment will include the people that are around you, how you use resources, you understand? How your relationships influence your decisions, your behavior, and the values that you hold dear to you. So this perspective on ethics highlights the importance of considering the interconnectedness of human existence and the world we inhabit. Most of the time, you realize that ethics underlines some things that if you leave it to everybody's whims and caprice, you just realize that there will be so much chaos, anarchy, and imbalance. And that is why it has to be a general set of rules acceptable and adopted by certain people. And that is what will guide you. Yes, you have your freedom, but you have to exercise it within the bounds of what is acceptable or ethical. But before we move on to the next section, where we talked about the qualities of ethics, I want to see if we have questions. Edith, I need your help here. I need to be able to see who raises his or her hand. Anybody raising hands? Any questions? Okay, I think I'll just follow in the chat. If you want to say something, let me just see it through the chat.
You can actually
Anybody?
click on.
Okay, since there's no question now, we'll move on swiftly. Please, more differences between ethics and morals. All right, fantastic.
Nobody's hand is raised.
Is somebody talking?
If you want to view the
Is someone talking? Can we have one class, please? If you want to talk, raise your hand, or please put it on the chat, preferably, so that I will make it more efficient for me, since I'm not able to see the other controls.
raise.
Yes. Victor, you want to know more differences between ethics and morals? All right, let's start with this. Is it good to give? Victor, please unmute yourself so that we can have a conversation. Is it good to give? Hello, Victor, are you there? Can you hear me though? Can everybody hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, you can
Yes,
hear me.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
All right, thank
Yeah.
you.
The
Okay.
network was glitching on my end, please.
Okay. So Victor, please, is it good to give?
Yes, please.
It's good to give. Fantastic. If it is good to give, can you go to, are you a Christian or a Muslim? If I can ask, Victor,
I'm
I
a
guess
Christian.
you're a Christian. Can you go to church, go to the offering basket and just dip your hand in the offering basket to go and give somebody that is hungry money outside?
No,
No. Why?
it is considered not.
Thank you. You can stop there.
It is considered wrong.
You know why you say it is considered? Taking money
No.
and giving money is not what is wrong. Giving people money is not what is wrong, right? Giving
Yes.
is good. It's morally good. It's good. However, how you go about doing the giving, there are some conditions attached to it, right? There are some rules and guidelines. And like you rightly said, when you were answering, you said it is considered what, Victor? Please finish the intro. Sorry for interrupting you.
It is considered awkward or negative.
Negative, awkward for you to dip your hands into the offering or tithing bucket. That means unethical. It is stealing in a way. It's unethical. Let's not even go to the aspect of stealing. You don't do that. Maybe if the pastor has the authority to do that, he can do it, but you don't have the authority. So that's not okay. However, if you work in a restaurant, right? And there's a box for tips, and you are part of the waiters in the restaurant, and they say, okay, every time you are going home, you can just pick some money and go, or if you need to do something, you can pick. Can you go into that place and take money and give somebody you think, okay, maybe he's desperately in need of money and you need to give?
You can do that.
Is it not the same thing you just did? You put your money inside something and you give, but the environments are different. And this is what makes the difference. The environment in a church setting does not give room for you to be able to dip your hands. Whereas in the other scenario, you can do that. Morally, it is good to give. Ethically, how you go about getting what you give. There will be some ethical questions there. Do you understand? Does that analogy make sense to you?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move on now. Is there any other question for new messages? I need a link. Oh, okay. So moving on to the next slide, we are going to look at ethical qualities. When we say ethical qualities, what are ethical qualities? When you say the quality of something, that means the things that make that thing what it is. Sorry, excuse me. The things that make what we are talking about what it is. What makes ethics what it is? Integrity, morality, if you want to say, principles, honesty, right or wrong, which has to do with morality, responsibility, fairness, conscience, choice, honor, value. These are the things that you can call the qualities of ethics. Let's look at them in a bit more details. Morality. Well, sorry, you are saying Robin Hood. Are we going to talk about Robin Hood now? Because what Robin Hood was doing was actually stealing, and it was not ethically right. This is a subject for argument in another setting. It wasn't ethically right. Morally, it was right, but it wasn't ethically right because it was stealing from people. It doesn't matter how the people got what they got, but he put himself in a position of a judge. Oh, sorry, excuse me. I hope I haven't been cut off. He put himself in the position of a judge to take money from people that he thought got them illegally, to take them to redistribute. That's a matter for another thing, but you're right, it's neither right nor wrong. So moving on swiftly now, let's look at morality. Morality refers to a system of principles, values, and beliefs that govern what is considered right and wrong behavior.
WhatsApp, give person.
I want to tackle this word, children.
Coordinator, can you mute these people talking, please, so that we are not distracted? Thank you. Yeah, morality, we said, is a system of principles, values, and beliefs that govern what is considered right and wrong in behavior in a society or man. Network is unstable. It encompasses ethical standards and guides decision-making based on notions of fairness, justice, and conscience. Morality influences how individuals and societies evaluate actions and make ethical judgments. So what I would say to this is that we all know what morality is. It is the foundation of ethical judgment. What is society? Sorry, can we hold on the chat, please? This is distracting me. Every time there's a chat coming on, I assume someone is asking a question. If you're not specifically asking a question, let's get to the point where we are asking questions, then we ask the question so that we don't keep stopping every second. Thank you. So like I was saying, morality is a value system, okay? It governs what you consider right or wrong. they are generally almost always the same. Almost always. I didn't say morality is the same everywhere. It's almost always universal, except some few exceptions, but they're almost always universal. Don't kill people. Don't cheat people. Don't take what doesn't belong to you. Don't lie. Don't do this. Don't do that. Go to any culture, go to any environment. They are always, almost always universal, except in some very few instances. And what you consider to be ethical usually are based on the laws of morality. Confidentiality is the principle of protecting sensitive, private, or privileged information and not disclosing it to unauthorized individuals or parties. Now, for some people in professions like the law, say clergy, medicine, and some other some few other professions that hold confidentiality at the highest level of ethical standard, you would understand what I'm saying. For instance, if a lawyer discloses what you tell him in the process of consultation, he can be disbarred for that because he's ethically bound to keep confidentiality. That means you must not share. For people that are in clergy, for those of us that are Catholics or even priests or even, well, I won't say pastors, but we understand that it should be confidential with people that with clergies. So what you tell your spiritual leader, so to say, is supposed to be between the two of you and God. Also, your doctor, whatever it is you tell your doctor has no right to disclose to anybody. Yes, I know there are lots of abuse and people just behave funny sometimes. Like some doctors, I remember there's a story of a doctor that has been paid by a certain family that when any member of the family comes, or by a certain person in the family, that when any member of the family comes to the hospital, they should be informed of their coming and what they came to the hospital to do. And the doctor was doing this. It is completely and absolutely unethical. Your medical records are private and sealed, and nobody has any right to access them except with your permission, or maybe with a court order. So yeah, confidentiality is very crucial. You don't disclose what people, let's bring it home to say individual relationships. You notice, I'm sorry for us females, you know I'm a female too, so I'm not dissing females now. You notice that females have been labeled to be gossips. Remember, notice what I said, they have been labeled to be gossips because a lot of the time, whatever you tell a woman, you can be sure she will repeat it. And that's because there's a belief that women talk a lot. But I want to debunk this by telling us that it is both ways. Men also gist a lot. They don't gossip, they gist. I'm sure a lot of you are in agreement with me. Men gist a lot and a lot of things come out while gisting. Well, for women, it's called, they talk a lot or gossip a lot. But bottom line of it is that when someone tells you something in confidence, you cannot break that. It is unethical for you to break that confidence. Bring it to your workplace again. Everything you do, most of the time, you sign a confidentiality agreement when you sign. It's called a non-disclosure agreement. It means everything you work on, details of work, trade secrets that you come across in the course of your duty, you are under an obligation to keep it confidential. You cannot disclose, you cannot tell anybody. So these are things that are tied around confidentiality. When you breach confidentiality, people have breached confidentiality before, they broke their NDAs and they paid dearly for it. They can sue you. There's a legal recourse for the breach of confidentiality. I'll just pause quickly and look to see if anybody is, okay, someone is just agreeing with me. Yes. Let's look at, so that ties it up on confidentiality. For you to be an ethical person, for you to have good ethics, either in your place of work, in your private life. You know, it gives people a level of confidence in you when they tell you things that they know it's not going to be broadcast all over the world. Integrity. Integrity is the quality of being honest, ethical, and having strong moral principles. It involves consistency in one's action and adherence to a code of ethics or values. Let me just give you a very typical example of this issue of integrity, as seemingly innocuous as it is. And I can assure you, we are about 100 and what in this class now? 140. I'm going to take a census now. If you know that you have not done what I am saying before, just answer me in the chat box. You are going somewhere, probably to a friend or a neighbor or somebody, and the person is calling, where are you? Or especially somebody, for people that work. I haven't asked the question, somebody is asking, wait, let me ask first. You know, somebody is asking you, where are you? Especially people that deliver services. I'm very close, I'm just by the corner. Meanwhile, you are just stepping out of your house. Men, I will call men out now. I know a lot of people will want to roast me on this. Where are you? Oh, I'm just by the corner. I'm on my way. Even women. I was in a place with a woman in a salon. Let me just be specific. I was in a salon. She was actually built to go for another, not a salon. She came a home service. She was built to go to somebody else's house to make hair for the person. And right while she was making my hair, she was telling the person, in fact, there is no Okada. I'm trying to catch Okada right now. That's what is delaying me. I was totally put off. And in my own typical nature, I had to tell her that's a lie. You know? Someone said it's very normal. It shouldn't be normal. It's a question of integrity. It is wrong. Yeah, someone said here, professional lies. How many of us have been made to lie professionally? I have. I'm not going to lie to you about that. And it's one of the most uncomfortable things I've been made to do. Earlier on in my career, I was working with I was working with somebody. Yes, we must learn to correct it. I was working with somebody that would, to your face like this, you know, there are some lies that they are gray areas. There are some lies that chairman, this is a lie. Some people will tell such lies, and because it is your boss, you have to back them up. So in this kind of scenario, I'll tell you what I did. The first time I was forced, I had to back up the lie. The third time it happened, I didn't say a word. And when we got to the office, I had to tell my boss that, sir, honestly, it is against my own conscience. She said, do I mean I don't lie? I said, I didn't say that I don't lie. It's just uncomfortable for me to know and deliberately answer. Someone is saying strategy. You know, it's uncomfortable for me to lie. And since then, he managed himself around me. When he wants someone to corroborate his lies, he never calls my name. So that's what I'm trying to say. Sometimes professionally, you might be put in an uncomfortable situation where you have to lie. Someone is talking about logistics. Logistics can be problematic and all that, but please, honestly, when you deal with people with the truth, I think it's the level of respect you are showing them. Absolutely not everybody can handle it, but better. Somebody here is saying integrity is not a 99.9% thing. You either have it or not. I agree with you. I had to drop out of litigation because of lies. It's a very off situation for me. Okay, you're a lawyer too, so painting the scenario can be. So I understand. I'm a young clergyman. In religion, people see it as a white lie. Yes, please. At the end of the white, I think what ends it is lies. Either white, black, blue, or green. Lies are lies. You know. So thank you everybody for your comments. Let's move on from integrity. So let's individuals with integrity are naturally trusted and respected for their honesty and reliability. Please note that they will not, I didn't say they will be liked. What about lawyers? I would not say much, but there's a I never practiced. I never did litigation. I'm also a lawyer, so I cannot speak for people that practice. But I don't think being in practice necessarily mean that you have to lie. Let's just leave it at that, but that's another topic for discussion. Yes, definitely, Jairus. Integrity has to be a way of life. It must be a way of life, because when people see that you are not someone of integrity, that is how they are going to, every relationship you have is going to be based off that. No, lawyers are not general liars. Oye, I disagree with you, but we are not going to stay on this. Let's move on. But one point I want to say, round up this integrity issue, is that you are not likely to be liked very much if you're a person of integrity. Because when you speak the truth, most people won't like it. I'll give you an issue. There's another thing on the integrity again. Anytime anyone calls your integrity into question, please, that is not the time to be respectful or to respect her. Speak up and defend your integrity, because the moment it is lost, it's very hard to win it back, just as an aside. Thank you. Now let's move on to decision making. If I ask how many people are good decision makers here, everybody will say, I. A few people will say, I hesitate when I make decisions and everything. Now let's talk about decision making. It's the process of selecting a course of action, a choice from among multiple alternatives. We do it every day. You woke up this morning and you chose to get out on one side of the bed. You could have gotten out on the other side. Yes, because force of habit causes some people to take some decisions without thinking about it. But believe you me, you are making a decision every step of the way. As you go through your day, okay? It involves assessing information, evaluating options, considering the consequences, making a judgment or a choice based on available data and one's values, preferences, and goals. Yes. We all make decisions. The harder decisions are the ones that will require or that would hold greater consequences for us. The consequences are more, how do I say it now, weightier. Those are the ones you become conscious of, the ones that the fact that you are making a decision. But ordinarily, as you go on in life, you're making decisions every day. But I'm going to tell you one thing: for people that have a little bit of difficulty in making decisions, there's a song, I know a lot of people here may not know it. There's someone called Baz Luhrmann, and he sang a song called Sunscreen. Very odd, right? But if you listen to that song, a line in that song says, every decision you make is half chance, 50-50. It can work either ways. What helps you is that you do your research properly. Look at the information that informs the decision making. And that is why today you see that data is very big, because it helps you make informed decision, calculated informed decision. However, where ethics comes in now is that your moral values are what will now guide your final decision making. So decision making also comes in, ethical values also comes in here. Decision making is also a very serious ethical value, because in making decisions, you always make use of your ethical values. Honesty. We've already talked about integrity, but you realize that honesty and integrity almost go hand in hand. You can't be lying and you say you are a person of integrity. It's not true. It's not possible, not even remotely. It's a quality of being truthful, being straightforward and sincere in one's action. I know of someone, and I'm sure a couple of us have met people like that, that people joke that when they tell you good morning, go and check, maybe the sun is about to set. That's a horrible, horrible thing, a notion to have about a person. That means you can't believe a word they say. Now, what are the things? Some people genuinely want to be honest. You are laughing. Some people genuinely want to be honest, right? But the problem is that they overpromise and underdeliver. Now, they are not deliberately lying, but their actions have shown that they are not people of integrity. And as such, you start to see them as dishonest people. They don't intend to be dishonest. But when you overpromise, you promise 40 people to give them 1,000 naira, and your salary is 15,000 naira. How? Except you want to do once a year. So, you know, when you overpromise and underdeliver, it tends to paint you as someone that is not trustworthy. So when it comes to honesty, honesty has to do with the quality of being truthful. Be truthful to yourself first. Can you do what you are saying you can do? Let your yes be yes, let your no be no. Sometimes you say, you know, a lot of us are in life always try to keep up with the Joneses, and that's why we tend to lie. Or you are irresponsible about some things, and to cover up for that level of irresponsibility, you tend to lie. And this all goes back to ethical values. Do the right thing at the right time, otherwise you pay the price for it. Truthfulness, they are all similar. Telling the truth. Be consistent in conveying information accurately and honestly. It entails being straightforward and not distorting facts or even when communicating with others. Truthfulness is closely related to honesty, and both are essential components of ethical and moral behavior. Let me ask a question. I want your opinion now. Can you be an ethical person without being a truthful person? The first 3-4 people to answer is what we'll take. Can you be an ethical person without being truthful? Okay, Richard, I'll come to your question later. Okay, everybody is saying you cannot be ethical and be truthful. You cannot be impossible. Thank you. Impossible, I'm sure. Okay, let me paint this scenario before you continue to say no, 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 no. If the law in your office says that anytime somebody calls after 4 p.m., you are supposed to say that your boss is not on seat. And the reason is that your boss has to go into a virtual meeting at 4 p.m. every day. So when someone now calls and you pick the call and they say, is your boss on seat? Now, please note the question. Is your boss on seat? Not if he's available. But the rule in the office says that you should say he is not on seat, he's not around. Ethically, have you done anything wrong? However, are you truthful? Yes. You see, now you now start to see the drag between all these things. Someone says no, because practically being truthful is the base foundation. You can be ethical without being truthful. I hope there's a conflict between these two. Not necessarily. What when you are being genuine and then you land in trouble? If you land in trouble when you are being genuine, you'll handle it. I've told you, when you are being truthful or honest or a person integrity, you wouldn't necessarily be liked. It's a dilemma. I agree with you. Society doesn't support such. Ethically, I have done nothing wrong, but I'm not being truthful. Thank you. This is the closest answer to the question I asked. There's no compromise when it comes to ethics. No. Okay, so sometimes you might find yourself doing what is being in your environment ethically. Remember, we said that ethics depends on the environment you are in. It may seem right, but it may not be truthful. But I want to encourage you to try and stick to the side of truth. So let's move on quickly now. Sorry, I won't take yours, Opeyemi. I will need to move to ethics and morals. Are they the same? Are they different? Ethics. The reasons involved have to be in ethics. Morals just say it is good, it is bad. It is bad to steal. It is good to give. it is bad to be abusive. It is good to be polite. Right. Now, we are now looking at the context of morality. Many people use the words ethics and morality interchangeably, but there's a slight difference. To put it simply, ethics is morals plus the reason for being moral. To have an ethical viewpoint, you should be able to give some reasons for it. Yes, ethics is moral principle, philosophy rather, and philosophy is about reasoning. We won't dwell too much on this. Now let's look at ethics and morality. Why is someone scribbling on the screen?
Buma, please check the whiteboard. Somebody is writing on the screen.
Okay, so ethics and morality. This is a scenario. How many of us have cars? Please don't answer. That's just a rhetorical question. How many of us that have cars, and women are most guilty of this, forget the fact that I'm a woman. I know because I'm a woman. How many people just enter their car, start the engine and move? You're a driver, but you're not an engineer. And the moment, in fact, some people don't even know how to listen to the sound of their cars until the car just stops moving. That's when they know there's a problem somewhere. Whereas there are some people that the slightest change in the sound, in any sound in the car, they know something is going on. So let's look at this scenario. Let us consider the case of a car driver and an automobile engineer. A car driver knows how to drive a car, but may not know the engine mechanisms or design principles. However, an automobile engineer is concerned with how the car works and the principles involved. How many people that own cars? Let me ask now. I'm going to take I want to see in the chat. If you're a woman and you understand, or you can tell me what the airflow meter is in a car or where it is, raise your hand, or at least say I. You're a woman, you drive, you own a car, or you drive a car, you own a car, you drive a car, and you know what the airflow meter is, or you know what it does in any way. Let me know. Very few, if any. But an automobile engineer immediately knows what an airflow meter is. Now, let's connect example. You can see the following morals that you can see from the example that morals is just like driving a car without understanding the working principles of the engine. But if you follow ethical principles, sorry, this is a little out of if you follow ethical principles, you will use reasoning and analytics and analysis to better understand the situation or case. Bottom line is that you need to understand the why of what you are doing, why it is ethical or unethical. And now, consequences of ethics. A consequence is the outcome of any act, right? Doing good with proper reasoning. Doing good. Why am I doing what I'm doing? Has many possible positive consequences. You help safeguard the society, it makes you feel good with yourself, it creates credibility and satisfies some basic human needs. However, being unethical has many negative consequences like loss of trust, nepotism, corruption, crimes, and a host of other things, which is why we have a lot of issues in our side of the world now. So moving on quickly, before we move on to the dimensions of ethics, are there any questions? Any questions so far? Okay, good. So we'll move on to the dimensions of ethics. The dimensions of ethics. We won't dwell too much on this. I'll just take you through the top part to look at meta ethics, prescriptive ethics, descriptive ethics, and applied ethics. How many people have heard about metacognition before? If you've heard about metacognition or you know what it is, please raise your hand or say yes on the chat box. Metacognition. Anybody? Nobody. In a class of 145 people, nobody knows what metacognition is. Wow, I'm surprised. All right. Metacognition, cognition is for you to be conscious of what you are thinking. Okay, it's thinking, consciousness. Metacognition is for you to think about what you are thinking about. So meta is the word meta there. Awareness, thank you. Well, the word meta there is for you to now think about that thing itself. So meta ethics is about it. It's about ethics. Descriptive ethics, which is again divided into some other aspects. Descriptive ethics, let's just quickly look at what this thing means on the next slide. Meta ethics deals with the questions like what is meant by being right or what is meant by being wrong. Deals with the definition of right and wrong. Meta ethics means about the thing about ethics itself. So what is meant by an action, by wrong action? Why is it wrong? What is wrong in it? You know? Then you now have the descriptive ethics, which deals with the question like, is that action right, ethically, or was it wrong? Checks if the action or outcome of the action fits into the definition of right or wrong. Deontological ethics focuses on action or duty. Teleological ethics, my network is unstable. Please, in case I go out, can you call my attention to it? Teleological ethics focus on the outcome or the end of the thing, and virtue ethics are the sub, and virtue ethics, and these are the sub branches. Is it right to kill a person? Descriptive ethics looks at a question like, it deals with people's beliefs about morality, deals with what society thinks about what is good or bad. It is an empirical investigation of the moral behavior of very good. How many among you think it is wrong to kill a person? So you're trying to check like a census comparative. Do you think it's right? Do you think it's wrong? Okay. And then the applied ethics is the one that applies to different aspects of life. Okay, it's the practical branch of ethics that deals with questions on specific fields. Okay, someone is answering me. Peter is answering me about metacognition. My audio is breaking. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't see all this. Okay, sorry, Peter. I may not be able to read through this because of time. Okay. Okay. But Peter, you have a valid point there. And then we'll move on to the next aspect of this class, which is okay, we've already talked about this. We'll just move on swiftly to we've done this. Okay, ethics and okay, private and public ethics. Yes, let me just how do you differentiate private and public ethics? Let me ask the class now. I think the class is getting too quiet. Let's quickly look at private and public ethics. Is there a difference? Is there a difference between private and public ethics? Yes. I prefer if you write it down instead of telling you to unmute yourself, I'll talk in the interest of time, so I can just take a few and we'll move on quickly from there. Private and public ethics. What do you think? Is there a difference? And what's the difference? Okay, let me see what somebody has. No, please don't go and copy and paste for me. Oh. No. Please just answer me in your own words. This is a discussion, not an exam. So I want to hear from your own subjective opinion of what private ethics or public ethics is. So Peter, did you copy and paste? I'll prefer if you just tell me directly what your own opinion is. We're all learning together. Private is unofficial, while public is official ethics. Absolutely, I agree with you. Yes, there is a difference. So, private ethics relates with friendliness of the people that you relate with, your friends, your family, your informal relationships. Somebody has taken it in another direction. Private ethics, as long as private majorly goals is fully to make profits, while public is running based on services. That's a very interesting viewpoint. That's a very, very interesting viewpoint. But you know, it's informal. Private ethics is informal. It's it's based majorly on emotions, right? And public ethics has to do with your workspace when you are in the congregation of people that you are not so familiar with. Thank you. Now, co-worker, stranger, it's formal, and then the social obligations are more strong. Thank you. Now, in private ethics, you just had to go there. You had to go there. You had to talk about this. Yes, you are right, though. Some people tend to behave ethically outside or in public, while at home they lack ethics. Yeah, that's because there are private ethics and public ethics. You may not have both. But what we are trying to do is differentiate both. Now, private ethics is largely involves relations with family. We've already said this. Private relationships are often driven by emotions and not by reason. And this often can result in unethical practices. For example, helping your friend cheat in an exam. While public ethics, public relations, involves relationships that are formal. Okay, so ethics in public relationships come into play as social ethics, political ethics, organizational ethics, international ethics, and stuff like that. There are some things you can do in some other organizations or in some environments where you are informal that in a formal environment you cannot do. Examples of organizational ethics, code of ethics, integrity. Most of us work, and if you don't work, at least you've been. Absolutely, I agree with you, Peter. Honesty in personal relationship is private, and honesty in business transactions is public. I agree with you on that. Okay, so let's move on briefly to organizational ethics. We have all been in an environment, even if you are not working, you've been to school. If you've not been to school, you've been in maybe societies or clubs or, and every one of those ones have their code of ethics, rules, bylaws, do's and do not do's. Okay? This code of ethics involve integrity, teamwork, objectivity, confidentiality, growth. These are examples of various code of ethics in the organizations. And in conclusion, before we round up on ethics now, okay, let's hear what Vitalis is saying. Vitalis says private ethics, to my understanding, has to do with personal moral principles, while public ethics has to do with norms, principles, and standards set by society in different organizations. We are not wrong. You are not wrong at all, but both of them still have to do with your own personal principles. Private ethics involves personal values and public deals with interaction and business. It's just they all involve morals and everything. It's just what's acceptable in private, how you behave ethically in a private environment or in private relationships and in a formal relationship. So without ethics, man has no future because we will all descend into anarchy and chaos. That is to say, mankind without them cannot be itself. Ethics determines our choices and our actions. Now, let me ask you a question. I want you to answer me on the chat now. We only have a few more minutes to go. So I want us to do this. If you agree with the government that trading crypto is wrong, or at the time that the government banned crypto trading in Nigeria, if you are one of the people that criticize the government, let me know. Don't lie. You disagree. Thank you. Is it Shemina Semi or something? You disagree? Yes. Oh, some people agree with the government. Do you agree with the government, or you disagree with the government? Now, a lot of you, your opinions now are clouded with the fact of what you have seen happen in crypto. So a lot of us back then disagree. Okay, I will try and take as many as I can. A lot of people disagreed. We know crypto is good, but the government move is good at that point. Well, that's a different opinion. Strongly disagree. I was confident. Indifferent, okay. Okay, someone agrees. Yes, disagree. Very good. Now that we have this opinion, for those that trade, after the government had told us to stop trading crypto in Nigeria, how many people still traded using VPN? Don't lie. I don't want you to lie. I want you to tell me the truth. If after the government told us to stop, they banned it, you still went ahead, got your VPN, and you kept trading. Many still did. I agree with you. Someone said I still trade. Yes, a lot of people still do. Now, is it ethical? I'm not asking if it is right or wrong, because you will understand with me here now that right or wrong does not come into play here. But the environment in which you relate does not allow you to trade crypto. No. I understand. Lawal, you said you need to survive. Government is nonchalant. Yeah, I agree with you. Nobody is saying anything about if you need to survive or not. The question is the ethics behind it. Someone said he even trades without VPN. You have liver. Is it ethical for you to still keep trading while the government has banned it? And even there are some very, very strict regulations around trading. So what am I trying to say now? If you now look at events that happened in the crypto world, the Binance guy and a lot of other things that have happened in the crypto world, do you think the government had a point when they tried to regulate crypto trading? No, Shalom, I really will not agree with you here. You said it is ethical. The government, you remember we said ethics is subjective. The environment in which you live determines your ethics or what is right and wrong. If your government says you can't trade, it is unethical for you to trade. That's just the truth of it. However, with the benefit of hindsight now, or seeing what we have all seen happen in the crypto world, did the government have a valid point when they said, do not trade, or they would rather regulate the trading. They have a valid point. You understand what I'm saying now? So sometimes these rules are made and they are very inconvenient. They seem even, like someone said, nonchalant, like the government doesn't care about you. But you see, I'm not speaking for the government, though I work for the government. Sometimes some people see some things. They don't just make these rules to just make your life harder. Sometimes somebody somewhere has seen some things and have seen that this can lead to a massive blow on the Nigerian citizenry, and that's why some decisions are made. The same thing goes with ethics. There are some things that you will not agree with, that you will not even be very, very happy about. However, the moment it becomes a rule in the environment in which you operate, you must abide by it. And that is what makes you an ethical person. Either you agree with it totally or not. Okay. So let's move on now and look at sustainable development goals. What are sustainable development goals? If you look at it here, we have 17 different sustainable development goals. But before we go into looking at all these things critically, let's try and understand first thing first. What do you understand by sustainable development? Sustainable development refers to a development model that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. I'm sure, if not 100%, over 90% will agree with me that this is something we need in Nigeria. And this is a value system, apart from development of the environment, of people. Sorry, there won't be enough time to discuss crypto. Binance is an eye-opener. Government doesn't have full knowledge of the sector. Okay, I'm moving on from Binance, sorry, because of time. Now, do you agree with me that this is something, oh, my battery is low. Hold on a second. Do you agree with me that this is something that needs to be incorporated into our value system in Nigeria? Because think of the way people behave in Nigeria. Once I am okay, everybody else can find a way to balance themselves. It goes to the root of selfishness. We don't think of other people when development is not sustainable. I mean, development is sustainable. If a model where immediately we meet the need to continue, you realize that future generations will suffer for it. Now let's look at this. Let's look at the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, the Sustainable Development Goals are a set of 17 global goals established by the United Nations in 2015. They're blueprints for achieving a more sustainable and equitable world by the year 2030. That's in 10 years' time. The SDGs address various social, economic, and environmental challenges facing our planet, aiming to eradicate poverty, reduce inequality, protect environment, and promote peace and prosperity for all. Quite laudable goals. The 17 SDGs cover a wide range of interconnected issues, all ending in poverty and hunger. Once we eradicate poverty and hunger and ensuring that the quality of education, bottom line is, it aims to improve the quality of life of everyone. Achieve gender equality. I know a lot of people will raise their brows on this. Promoting clean energy, sustainable infrastructure, combating climate change, protecting marine and terrestrial ecosystems, fostering peaceful and inclusive society. Now, each of these goals is accompanied by specific targets and indicators to track progress and guide action. You know, when your goals have to be what? Smart. And if your goals are smart, you must be able to have what you will use to track the goals to know if you are achieving them. And they have various indicators attached to these SDGs. Now, a sustainable world is one where people can escape poverty and enjoy decent work without harming the Earth's essential ecosystem and resources, where people can stay healthy and get food and water they need, where everyone can access clean energy that doesn't contribute to climate change, and where women and girls are afforded equal rights and equal opportunities. I'm afraid to even start the discussion on equality here because I believe we may not be able to finish up before the end of the class. But I'm going to raise two major questions. The first one is, I'm going to ask you, maybe just 2 or 3 people, your opinion on how well do you think Nigeria will be able to attain these goals, and how soon? Remember, the timeline is 2030. This is 2020, what? 6 more years. Do you think this is a goal that is attainable or achievable by us in Nigeria? I'm curious to hear people's opinion on this. Feel free to put your opinion on the chat if you think these are achievable goals for us too in Nigeria. The beauty of SDG is that it gives us a comprehensive framework of goals and targets and creates a shared framework, a shared language with which to understand the complexity of actions we must take to achieve development that is sustainable across social, economic, and environmental aspects over time. Yes, I was asking you. Someone said I should repeat the question. I said, we've talked about the sustainable SDGs. Do you think that Nigeria, this is 2024, the timeline for achievement of this SDG is 2030. It was established in 2015. Do you think we are able to meet the target in Nigeria? And if not, what do you think we ought to do? My question is not just for us to castigate Nigeria or to pull Nigeria down. What do we need to do as individuals, as organizations? Well, we all represent various organizations in this place. As individuals, organizations, and people that have their own businesses or work for other businesses, how can we ensure that this is a reality? Lawal says that they worked under OBG and JG. After 2015, it has been thrown into the dustbin. Someone is doubtful. Who is this? Faith is doubtful that Nigeria can attain it by that year because it's a collective effort, and I'm not saying. Now, yes, I agree with you. The reason I ask this is that I see the timeline is just 6 years. But what I'm driving at is, what can we do as a nation? Nigeria, everybody says Nigeria and cast blame on Nigeria, but you and I make up Nigeria. What can we do in Nigeria and as Nigerians to ensure in our organizations, in our businesses, in our individual lives, both publicly and privately, to ensure SDG is achieved in Nigeria by 2030? So Richard is saying that SDG goals are achievable in Nigeria with the right and visionary leadership. I agree with you. Akim, I don't agree with you that we should give Nigeria till eternity. I think it's achievable in Nigeria. It's just a renewal of we need to have a mindset reset. For Nigeria of today, I don't see it attainable because of the foundation has been destroyed. It's achievable, though it's going to make a corporate agreement. Yes, Peter, I agree with you. PC, I think if we all begin to abide ethics, discipline, integrity, and we have learned today, I'm sure with time we will get there. Absolutely, PC, I agree with you, which is the essence of linking it up with ethics. By the time we all reset and refocus our mindsets, it's not just by sheer coincidence. There are some things that we can do. And then when we have our own organizations, we make sure that these things are enshrined in whatever it is we do in our private businesses. There's a lot of comments. 12. Let me just move quickly through them. Only Lagos State has comprehensive economic development plan. that may not be very correct. Based on successive government continuity, yes, I agree with you, continuity is there, but not that no other state has it. We need responsible leadership. I agree with you. We need to be more sincere with ourselves, right change with every individual. I agree with you. Abayomi, I agree with you. Firstly, education should be free. It should be. And that's, thank God for initiatives like Transformation College. It should be. Everybody should have basic education. I agree with you, Akim. It may not be achieved because a lot needs to be considered to achieve this. But if everyone picks it up upon themselves, a goal to contribute according to the SDGs goal, then will be exactly my point. It's not supposed to be a one-man job. It's supposed to be everybody. You see, we're all very quick to attack the government or castigate the government, forgetting the values that we hold is what determines the government that we have. Because the people that are in government are not imported into Nigeria. They are Nigerians. And our value system that we hold is what determines what they do when they get into government. Our values, our ethical standards that we imbibe in our private lives, in our business dealings, in the formal environment, in the informal environment, that is what is being dictated through our government. So if we want things to get better, then we have to start from ourselves. Somebody says government and all spheres must take bold steps, and the masses, not just government, individuals and organizations too. So because of time, well, we have time, a little bit of time. I believe if we work our systems, it will work on our systems, yes. It's achievable, and we have some states to prove that change is possible. Yes, absolutely. A lot of states are doing a lot of things. Okay, someone talks about keeping your environment clean. Talking to people with a lot of courtesy, simply just having the right morals, a change mindset. Absolutely, Akindoyin. Absolutely. I think that is what we need, a change mindset. With this current government, no, let's not be quick to judge, because like I said, the government is a makeup of all of us together. Yes, there's a leadership, but we all have something to contribute. Let me give you an instance of where a landlord raises rent by 200 to 300%. Is it the government? It's not the government. Because you know definitely it would impoverish whoever is living in your house. So there are a lot of things. Food security, absolutely, I agree with you. Question is, how many governors and those who are at the helm of affairs are aware of the SDG goals? You have a point there, but then if we do what we can to make sure it is commonplace, access to decent shelter, we need sensitization about SDG. Many Nigerians do. Absolutely, I agree with you, which is why you are getting to know about it now. Both government and individuals should adopt sustainable goals. Absolutely, I agree with you, Temitayo. Aminu, good governance sets the tone. Yes. Jennifer, you said landlords are another case in Nigeria. Yeah, but these are all the things we are talking about, because if we don't change our mindset, that's mindset change. Okay. So let's move on from the comments now. Okay, I'll just take this last comment. I won't take any more after it. Let us collectively change our mindset and start working towards it as individuals. Absolutely, I agree with you, Faith. And I finally, government does not necessarily make people rich or better. They ought to make the policies. You are spot on, Ayodeji. Spot on. So, why is SDG important to you as a student? The SDGs require students to think critically about complex issues related to sustainable development, such as climate change, poverty, and inequality. By engaging with these issues, you can develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills. The government is not going to do everything. A lot is riding on us as Nigerian citizens. The change starts with you and I. We all travel, or some of us travel to different countries. We get there and we are so happy and we don't want to come back to Nigeria. A lot of people are jackpine, and a lot of them will soon jackpata if things don't go too well over there. And the truth of the matter is that if people over there don't conduct themselves properly, yes, I understand, I agree. Before you crucify me, they have a system that works, yes, but we too, we need to make our system work. provision of good education. Someone wants to know if the Nigerian government was involved. I'm sure we're a signatory to it. So, this brings us swiftly to the end of this class. I want to thank you all for your participation. I allowed questions to be coming in between, so I'm sure we won't have any need for questions and answers. Let me just take just one or two more comments. Part of the government's responsibility to absolutely, I agree with you, Akin. It's part of the government's responsibility to provide affordable and decent shelter. So thank you everybody for your participation. Someone says, I have a question. PC, please type your question. Just don't say you have a question, just type a question. Ordinary minimum wage now problem, SDG is impossible. No, it's not impossible. And there are a lot of things that go into minimum wage, but let's hope and put our hands together to see what can be done to make Nigeria better. Edith, if you are there, I think the assessment is going to come from your end. I want to thank everybody for your participation. It's been fantastic interacting with everyone on this platform. I wish you all the best. If you said when integrity is compromised, should confidentiality be in place? We are talking about whistleblowing here. And I will tell you that no. And yes. Integrity, I want to know the context in which you are answering your question. Okay, in the interest of time, because I want to sign off, PC, just unmute yourself and quickly ask your question. Yes, Richard, if the first person, I'm only taking those two, Richard and PC. If you can unmute yourselves and ask the question so that we can quickly take it and I'll hand you over, because I know you have other classes.
Hello, good morning, Mark.
Good morning.
Yeah, this is Richard. Thank you so much for taking your time to take us through this wonderful course. I've asked this question before, and you said you were going to come back to it. It's about confidentiality. Okay. So I asked that, are Nigerians employer not abusing confidentiality to silence their employees? For instance, if I'm forced to sign a non-divulgation form, and they tell me that if I should default, I'm going to pay so amount of money, not little amount of money. Are they not using it to silence me in a way? That's the question. Thank you so much.
Yes, I will answer your question in twofold. The question on whether they are using it to silence you, yes, absolutely they are silencing you, but not that you shouldn't talk at all. What they are silencing you about is disclosure of confidential business practices. There are some things that every business has their own trade secrets. And without these trade secrets, you see that a lot of businesses will run aground. Absolutely, I will prevent you from saying it out. You understand what I'm saying? However, this is different from when you see this will now relate to PC's question. When you see your employer doing something that is highly unethical, are you still bound by that NDA? There's a law about whistleblowing. So you might want to check whistleblowing. Time will not permit me to go into that, but you can just check whistleblowing. We have whistleblowers. You can blow the whistle. That means you report highly unethical practices. Otherwise, please resign and move on. God will provide. So yes, non-disclosure is supposed to shut you up. You can't go about telling people what goes on in your office. It's wrong. However, that doesn't mean that when they are doing something wrong, you can't talk. Yes, you can talk through whistleblowing. 6 more. Freedom of Information Bill. Okay, Edith, I think you would want to take over from here. Thank you very much. Bye, everybody, and have a blessed day.
All right, thank you so very much, Mrs. Banke. It's been a very informative and interesting class with you today. Thank you for sharing your time with us, and thank you for making it this very interesting. I hope I'm being heard. I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, you are quite audible. I can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing your time with us.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's been nice being with you all.
Thank you very much. I believe every student had a wonderful time with you. So thank you very much, and do enjoy the rest of your week. All right.
You too. Thank you. Bye, everybody. Take care.
Bye. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we just have 3 minutes. Please get a glass of water. We'll be starting the next session immediately by 11:30. So please grab that glass of water you've been staring at, or you want to stretch your leg, it's important. So stretch your leg, and in 2 minutes, we'll take off with the second session. In the chat room. Let's put a round of applause in the chat room as we welcome Ike Oluwa. Thank you so much for joining us, Ike Oluwa. You can take it up from here.
All right, good morning, everyone. Hello, Edith. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes,
you can hear me kindly. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the warm welcome. Thank you so much. And I'm sure that we enjoyed our last class, our last session. I think I joined during the session, and I must say that, that was a good job. All right, so just like Edith said, my name is Ikeoluwa Yoshiji, and I will be taking us on IS 31000, which is risk management guidelines. All right, and please, I would want this session to be as interactive as possible. I'm sure that we've all heard about risk before. We all know what risk is, or let me assume that we know what risk is, and this session should not be an isolated one, okay? All right, thank you, Bayemi. Good to have you on board as well. So that permits me to share my screen while we start the session. Okay, so please give me a minute while I share my screen. Please let me know when we can see my screen. Hello? Am I still audible? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Am I still audible? Hello, Edith, are you here? Okay.
Yes,
okay.
we can hear you.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you very much. I didn't hear anything, so I felt something was wrong somewhere. All right. So good morning, everyone, once again. Like I said, we'll be looking at ISO 31000, which is risk management guidelines. Okay, so guidelines to managing risk in our organizations, and of course, as individuals. I know that we at one point or the other have tried to face our risk. We have tried to take risk as an individual. We have tried to take risk as an organization, or as an individual or an employee in an organization. So today we'll be looking at the foundation. We are not going to go in depth into risk management because, trust me, it is a wide concept, and we will not be able to go in depth into it, but we'll be laying the foundation of what it is and the guidelines for assessing risk as individuals, guidelines for assessing risk as an organization in particular, right? We want to ensure that whatever risk that we face, we are able to assess this risk effectively and minimize the risk as much as possible. So before we go on, let me ask us this question. What do we understand as risk? Okay, so to you, what is risk? What is risk? Jeremiah, are you here? Can you, type in the comment section what you understand as risk? Anybody? Jeremiah, you want to help us? What is risk? You're waiting? Okay, risk is uncertainty, okay. Another person? Things that prevent achievement of objectives, okay, okay. Exposure to danger, okay, okay. A threat to safety, perceived danger, potential danger. All right, likely an incident may happen, okay. Okay, I see we have risk managers on board, because if you are using likelihood and impact, trust me, you're a risk manager already. Ability to face consequences of our actions. Okay, all right. I mean, these are very brilliant contributions. I want to say that I think we have professionals on board, and maybe we should pick somebody to train us today. What do we think? Edith, we have managers here. I mean, they are all experienced, so maybe I should just leave the floor for them to train us. All right, so we've all said well, okay, taking a chance on decision. Akindoyin says risk may be something that is dangerous if it is allowed to happen. Okay, but you don't know if it will happen. It's uncertainty, right? So okay, if Oluwa says chances of a negative possibility, okay. Oh, okay. Tirenolua says uncertainties and likelihood of hazards that the business could face. All right. These are very fantastic points. We are all correct. I mean, it's uncertainty, effects of those uncertainties, right? To us achieving our goals, to us achieving our objectives, things that could occur, events that can happen that would affect you achieving your objectives, you achieving your goals. So for example, at the beginning of the year, as an individual, you set your goals. Oh, this is a new year, new me, 2024 goals. I need to smash these goals. You draw out your maybe 10-point goals, or maybe it's 5. And then you write them out that, okay, goal 1, objective 1 for this year is to ensure that I ace my exams. Goal 2 is to ensure that I have this amount of money in my account at the end of the year. Goal 3 is to ensure that I travel to 3 African countries. You write out your objectives or your goals at the beginning of the year. Now, what is that thing that could happen that would prevent you from achieving those objectives, right? Or that will prevent you from achieving your goals? These are what we refer to as risk. There are uncertainties. It may and it may not happen, right? And they were talking about assessing these risks. We now try to imagine, right? Analyze them. Okay, what is that thing that can happen? I might be broke, or I might be sacked from my office, right? That could be a risk. What is the likelihood? Okay, probably as at now, I'm not so competent on my job, right? I might be sacked. The likelihood might be a 3. It might be high because I'm not competent, okay? The impact it will have, how would it affect your objective? What would be the severity of that risk occurrence on your objective? So this IS 31000 would give us an insight to risk that would occur, how we can manage risk, how we can assess risk, the steps that it takes to assess a risk as an individual and as an organization, majorly as an organization. So if you are going to work with an organization as a risk manager, how do you ensure that you manage their risk effectively? How do you ensure that you assess these risks accurately? Okay, so that is what ISO 31000 is about. And like I said at the beginning, I said that we're going to only look at the foundation today. Okay, we can't go in depth into management of risk, the types of risk, information security risk. There are different ways that you manage all these risks. So if you are managing business continuity risk, there is a way you assess the risk. If you are looking at information security risk, there is a way you assess those risks. We are not going into all of that today. We are only introducing what IS 31000 is and the basics of assessing your risk and to ensure that you effectively manage these risks. All right. One thing we need to note is that dealing with risk is a part of governance, right? It's a part of leadership, and it is fundamental to ensure that our risks are managed effectively. That is why in any organization, right, if the top management is not committed to the risk assessment or to the risk framework or to the risk management, trust me, that organization will not grow, because ability to manage risk effectively, right? Integrating risk into your organization would help you to sustain that organization, would help you to sustain your business, okay? You are able to look ahead, you're able to assess and point out some threats that can affect your business. And you now ensure that you have controls in place to prevent those risks. So if you don't now integrate risk management into your organization, you see that you're not going to go far, right? The business will not be resilient when there is a disruption or when there is a disaster or when something happens. But once you integrate risk management into your organization, everything is going to go on smoothly. So as an organization, as leaders, as top managers, we need to ensure, or they need to ensure, that risk management is integrated into the organization. Okay, now risk affecting organizations may have consequences in terms of societal consequence. There could be environmental consequence, there could be technological consequence, it could be safety consequence. There could be lots of consequences attached to risk. What we want to ensure is that we're able to assess this risk, identify the risk, analyze it, and ensure that we manage the risk effectively. And like I said earlier, for any organization or any business to grow, we need to ensure that the risks are managed effectively. So that is what IS 31000 will help you to do. It will help you to manage your risk effectively and efficiently as an organization. And also, you can also apply it to your daily routine. So as an individual, you already set out your goals at the beginning of the year. You also want to analyze these goals, right? You want to analyze your objectives and see the risk. What are the things that could prevent you from achieving your objectives? Trust me, if you go in that line, at the end of the year, you would be able to an extent, maybe 80% achieve your goals for the year, because you already analyzed the things that could affect you, and you would have put some measures in place to ensure that if at all this thing happens, right? If at all this risk occurs, you're able to manage it properly, and then you move on to the next thing. So this slide is just the history of IS 31000. We all know that some of these things started from years back, right? And it kept on evolving. So what they were using in 1991 is not the same thing as we are using as at now, okay? Presently, we are using the 2018 version, which is risk management guidelines. So this is just the history of ISO 31000. We'll also be looking at a part of the NIST framework, right? So we want to look at how NIST explains the steps to assessing risk. When we get in depth into this slide, you will see these steps and how we can apply it to our organizations, and of course, to our objectives as individuals or our goals as an individual. I hope that we are still together. I hope that I'm not talking to myself. I hope that we are still together. I can't see the screen, but let me check. I believe that we are still together. All right. We already defined what risk is earlier, right? I asked us questions and we gave our points and our opinions on what a risk is, and we all did well, okay? So here on my slide, I have it that risk is defined as the possibility of an event or condition, right, occurring that can have a positive, now take note of these, it could be a positive or negative impact, right? When we say positive, we're talking about the opportunities. So opportunities of this risk. What are the opportunities that we can get from this risk? Okay. And when we say negative, we're looking at the threats, how it threatens our organization or our goals or our objectives. All right. It represents the effect of uncertainty on achieving our objectives or goals, which includes our opportunities, potential threats and opportunities. So if you look at organizations, if you have worked with organizations and you worked in the risk department, you will understand that you need to assess the risk and also the opportunities. So for example, probably as an organization, you notice that you have a new competitor in the market, right? The risk could be that, of course, your revenue would reduce because they're your competitors and they would also take part of your customers. Now, the opportunity for that risk or that threat is to now probably launch a new product or bring in a new initiative to improve your existing product. That is an opportunity for improvement. That opportunity would now increase your revenue as an organization. So you see that, of course, there's a risk, but there's also an opportunity for you as an organization. So if you look at that, you are threatened by the competitor, right? You're threatened because you know that once they come into the market or they are coming into the market, will definitely reduce your customers. It might also reduce your, or it will reduce your revenue. Of course, if your customers reduce, then your revenue would also reduce, right? Now, the opportunity is for you to now increase, find ways to probably increase your product, what's this word now? Your product quality, okay? You want to bring in something that is better than what your competitor has brought in, right? You want to go higher so that your customers will see that, oh, there's a difference between this product and the other product. Or you want to introduce a new product that would attract your customers back to you and would in turn increase your revenue. So you see that the risk doesn't only focus on the negative part, or the risk assessment doesn't only focus on the negative part. It also looks at the positive aspect of that, okay? So you are not just looking at, oh, the threats or how it will affect you. You also want to look at the opportunities and that comes out from that risk, okay? When we talk about effect, what do we understand as effect? What do we mean by effect? It means that deviation from the expected outcomes. So what are you expecting to achieve from these, right? The deviation, right? The going away or moving away from your expectations or your expectations are what we call effect. Like I said earlier, risk is not just about identifying negative events, right? It also includes identifying opportunities, okay? It considers both the positive and the negative consequences of uncertainty, all right? Uncertainty is lack of information. You don't know. That's just the simple definition. You don't know what you don't know, what you don't have an understanding of, what you are not aware of, right? That is what uncertainty is. And we all have uncertainties in our lives. The same way we talk about, oh, fear of the unknown, right? Fear of what you don't know, uncertainty. Oh, what is that thing that could happen? You don't know. It can happen and it may not happen. So when we talk about IS 1000, it now helps us to analyze those uncertainties. Okay, what are the things that could possibly happen? Now, if these things happen, how would it affect our objectives? How would it prevent us or affect the achievement of our goals and objectives? That is what IS 1000 helps you to do as an individual and as an organization. It helps you to identify these things, analyze the risk properly, and also manage your risk effectively. All right, very important that we note this. We already talked about objectives earlier. They are like specific goals and targets that we set for ourselves. Okay, so as an organization or as an individual, I already mentioned this earlier, you already set at the beginning of the year or probably any time of the year, you set out some goals for yourself, some targets to say that, okay, at the end of the year 2024, this is my target. Or at the end of 6 months, the next 6 months, this is my target as an individual, or this is my target as an organization, right? You want to set those things out. And of course, you want to assess the risk to achieving those targets or those objectives. I think I can see a hand raised. Oluwatoyin Erinoso. I'm sorry if I murdered your name. Hello, Oluwatoyin Erinoso. I hope I didn't murder your name. You raised your hand. Do you have a question? Okay, I guess that was a mistake. Okay, so let's continue. All right, so for assessing risk, we express it in terms of combining the consequences, right? We express it in terms of combining the impact, right? The severity of that risk and the likelihood. So we are saying, what is the possibility of this risk occurring? Okay, we now multiply it by the severity of that risk. So we are saying that, okay, let's look at a risk now. Probably in an organization, we say risk of maybe, I'm looking at one that would suit everyone. Okay, risk of incompetent hands, right? That could maybe cause a what's this? I'm trying to pick one risk that would cut across everyone. Okay, let's say risk of, you know, having wrong information or documenting wrong information, right? Now, what could be the possibility of that risk? What is the likelihood? The likelihood might be little, based on the fact that you employed competent hands, or based on the fact that they were all trained when they were coming on board, okay? So the possibility might be low, right? And then the impact. So if this thing happens, what will be the impact? Of course, we know that we have competent hands in place. So even if it's going to happen, it's going to be very minimal. The impact should not be high because those people that are on board, they know what they are doing. And even if they make any mistake, it won't be much. So the impact or the severity might be low. Whereas there's some risk that the likelihood might be very high and the impact also might be very, very high. That is the severity, how it will affect us as an organization might be very high. So we want to analyze the likelihood and the impact, which will help us to get our risk score or risk value and ensure that we now propose controls to mitigate those risks. We want to say, okay, how can we ensure that we manage this risk? Or how do we ensure that we reduce the severity of this particular risk? Okay, so ISO 1000 helps us to do all of that. Okay, you can see I put a scenario here for a threat. A threat could be that, oh, we have a new competitor in the market, and of course, this competitor will definitely reduce your revenue, right? It will definitely reduce your market share because when the person comes on board, it takes a part of your customer. If you are doing the same thing, right, it takes a part of your customer and thereby decreasing your revenue. The opportunity there could be that you launch a new product or you increase what's the word? Quality of the previous product, right? You increase it to say that, okay, the particular product, let us bring something new, let us add something more. The same way you would see some of these service providers, right? You would see them launching new things, launching new methods that would make you as a customer want to go or move to them. So for example, let me use MTN. We have lots of benefits or lots of juicy offers that they have. Okay, you will notice that once a particular service provider launches or introduces a new offer, the other service provider also brings a better offer, right? Please give me a minute. Okay, right? So you would see that probably Airtel they introduce a new offer to say that, oh, once you recharge 200 naira, you would get 5 gig worth of data. The next week or the next month, the other service provider would also bring or launch a new offer that would want to, bring or attract more customers. Of course, it's a competitive world, it's a competitive market. Everyone is trying to, get more customers, get more revenue, which is very, very correct. Okay, so the threat is that as an organization, definitely you would have new competitors. You would have new people come on board, right? How can you now exploit that risk and make it an opportunity for you as an organization? The opportunity there is that, okay, you want to launch a new product, or you want to maybe bring on another better offer, a very juicy offer that would attract your customers to you, thereby increasing your revenue. We all see this every day in this, this part of the world. We all see this every day. It could be an error. Is this message for me? Okay, I don't think it's for me. Okay, we all see this every day. We all see the competition that goes on amongst business owners, right? But how they manage this competition, which is a risk to them as an organization, how they exploit it and make it a better opportunity for them, is what ISO 1000 would help you to do. It gives you insight on how you can assess your risk, on how you can assess your opportunities, and ensure that you exploit this risk and gain from it, right? Get better opportunities and probably increase your revenue or increase your resilience as an organization. All right, this is very important that you take note. If you are going to be a risk manager, which I believe that's what we want to do, this is the foundation class, but it also open your eyes to some of the things that you need to know and how you can assess risk for organizations that you will be working with or that you'll be working for. All right. So what is IS 1000? This is 2018 version of the standard, right? It provides guidelines on managing risk. I already said this earlier. So it helps you, or it guides you on how you can manage your risk effectively, right? It is like a roadmap. Let's put it that way. It's like a roadmap. It's like a what's this word? Yeah, a roadmap to helping you navigate your risk, identifying the risk, analyzing it or assessing it, and also managing the risk effectively. So I hope we know that there's a difference between identifying a risk, assessing the risk, and managing the risk. So let me ask us this question. Okay, so what do you understand by identifying risks? Okay, someone asked that, does higher risk means higher gains or higher profitability? It doesn't necessarily mean that. It depends on how you manage this risk. You know that when you're analyzing your risk, you see that, okay, this risk is a high one. How do you manage it? The effective management of that risk could now result in higher profitability or probably a success potential. Okay, so it depends on how you manage those risks. It doesn't necessarily mean that when the risk is high, then automatically the gains are high. No, it doesn't really go that way, right? Okay, so let us quickly go to the chat box. What do you understand by risk identification? I mean, it should be very simple. What do we understand as risk identification? When we say, okay, I can see someone, process of determining, okay, potential risk, okay. Another person? Risk identification. All right, just like the word says, or like it implies, identifying your potential risk, okay? You are trying to, okay, pointing out, exactly. You're trying to point out uncertainties. You're trying to analyze or trying to pinpoint some uncertainties that could affect your business objectives or goals, exactly, to sort out, exactly, pinpoint, good. I mean, these are very valid points, all right? Identifying risk Exactly. Okay, so what do we now understand as analyzing risk? You know, I said we need to identify, analyze, and manage risk. So now we've sorted risk identification. Now, what is risk analysis? When you say, oh, I'm analyzing this risk, what does it mean? What does risk analysis mean? Analyzing a risk, what does it entail? I'm waiting. Okay. Sort and prioritize risk. Okay. Tumeno says determine the likelihood and impact. Okay. More like sorting. Okay. Evaluating identified risk. Okay. Put mitigations in place. No, Victor, that's not correct. And that's not entirely correct. Okay, all right. I mean, we have all said well. Exactly, you're trying to assess the probability, right? Assess the likelihood and the impact or the severity of this risk. So after identifying the risk, you want to go on to analyze the risk. So we have identified that, okay, we have this risk. Now let us identify or analyze the potential probability or the likelihood of this risk occurring, okay? And also look at the impact. So if this risk occurs, what will be the impact of this risk on our objectives? So that is what the risk analysis talks about, all right? Now, the last one, risk management. You identify, you analyze, and you manage the risk. What does the management entail? What does the management entail? I'm waiting. Okay, exactly. Victor says mitigations. Good. Another person? Let's use other words. Controls. Perfect. Control and exactly. To take control. Okay. All right. Exactly. How you can minimize. Take charge. Good. Peter Ezemadu. Yes. All right. I mean, we are all doing well. We've all done well. So the management now speaks to or talks about how you can effectively procure solutions, right? Or propose solutions or put in strategies in place to reduce this risk, right? You want to ensure that after analyzing the risk, you've already gotten the likelihood and the impact, its severity, and you're able to get your risk score. How do you now reduce this risk? So the management is you putting measures in place to control the risk, putting mitigation strategies in place to ensure that this risk is minimized. Okay, you want to ensure that, okay, if this risk is high, at the end, after analyzing and mitigating or after analyzing and managing, the risk is reduced to maybe a low risk. Okay, so this management talks about you reducing your risk, putting controls in place or mitigation strategies in place to ensure that this risk is reduced to the minimal or maybe completely eradicated. Okay, you might want to take it out completely, or you want to reduce it to the lowest point. All right, so that is what it entails. So ISO 1000 gives us or guides us, right? It helps us. It is like a bulletin. It is like our map. Okay, it is like our guide on how we can assess our risk, on how we can manage our risk, on how we can identify the risk to our objectives. All right, so this is what ISO 1000 helps us to do. Okay, it helps us to talk about risk management as a whole, how we can critically analyze our risk and effectively manage these risks. All right. It also emphasizes that our risk is linked to achievement of our objectives. Okay, right? It means that you need to ensure that you analyze the risk or your objectives. So if you really want to achieve your objectives, you need to conduct a risk assessment on your objectives. If you really want to achieve them, you need to conduct a risk assessment so that you can identify potential threats ahead, right? You identify potential threats, identify vulnerabilities, all right? You want to ensure that you identify threats and vulnerabilities to your objectives. Now, when we say threat, it means potential events that can cause harm, right? Or that can cause a loss to maybe our assets, right? So that is what a threat is. Now we say vulnerability. Vulnerability is your weakness. So this sits with you, okay? You're trying to analyze the loopholes, the gaps that can be exploited. So we are saying that, as an organization, we have some loopholes within us. We have some gaps. Some gaps could be in form of maybe you don't have competent hands, or maybe you don't have the right security measures. You don't have the right, maybe it's a bank and you don't have the right security measures to guide the bank. That could be a vulnerability because it is a weakness on your part, okay? But for the threat, it is an event that can happen that can cause a harm. Vulnerability can be exploited, right? Vulnerability are weaknesses or gaps that can be exploited, and then it could now cause a harm to you as an organization. So, for example, if you don't have effective backup system as an organization, it could be exploited, right? And eventually, hackers could get into your system, right? You can be manipulated, you can be exploited, there could be malware, there could be ransomware, which would now cause a loss to you as an organization. Remember that it was a vulnerability, it was a weakness that was exploited. So you want to ensure that you identify vulnerabilities as an organization. You also want to identify your threats. Oh, my screen is not moving. Oh, yes. I'm not moving it. I'm just explaining. It's just me further explaining what threat and vulnerability is. I mentioned it here. I'm just trying to explain what the vulnerability could be, in case we don't know what it is. So it's not in my slide. I'm just explaining what it is. Okay. All right, so moving on, we're going to look at some key definitions in IS 31000. I'm sure that we all know some of these things, or we've come across some of these definitions, but for the purpose of this session, we'll be going over these definitions again, okay? When we say risk owner, what exactly do we mean by risk owner? When we say risk owner, it means the person who is accountable for that risk. So if you have managed the risk before, or if you have worked in a risk department before, when you see the risk register, you would see risk, you would see the likelihood of the risk, the impact, then you would see a column for risk owner. It means who is in charge of managing that risk, who is accountable for that risk. So for example, you're looking at financial risk. Who do we put in charge of that? Who is accountable for the financial risk of the organization? You know that, okay, it is probably the accountant or the finance manager, right? That is in charge, or that would be the risk owner. So we need to assign owners to every risk that is identified so that this risk can be effectively managed, right? We need to hold somebody accountable for that particular risk. Someone needs to be in charge. Someone needs to manage the risk. Someone needs to oversee the risk. That is why we need to assign a risk owner. Okay, another one is risk attitude. This is the organization's approach to assess and eventually pursue, retain, take, or turn away from risk. So how do you address risk as an organization? What is your approach as an organization? How do you maybe accept a risk, mitigate a risk, reduce or transfer a risk as an organization? So your attitude towards risk management is risk attitude. All right, then we have risk appetite. I'm sure we've heard about that before as well. It talks about the amount or the type, the amount and type of risk that you as an organization is prepared to take. So we are saying that what is your threshold? Let us put it that way, your threshold. What is your risk threshold? To say that, okay, this is the amount of risk that we can bear as an organization. Once it exceeds these points, we can no longer tolerate that, we can no longer bear the risk. Okay, we are saying that, okay, we have said, or we have documented our appetite to be low. So any risk above low, we cannot accept it because it is beyond our risk appetite. All right. Now, risk tolerance. This is our readiness to bear a risk after treatment. Right. So after you have treated the risk, you've accepted it first. You now try to maybe introduce or propose mitigation strategies or controls to treat the risk. Now, what is your readiness to bear after the risk? So you are saying that, okay, after you have treated the risk, if it is still a medium risk, we can bear it, we can tolerate it. Or, if it is a low risk, we can tolerate it. So you need to set your tolerance. You need to set your appetite as an organization. The same way you as an individual, you have your tolerance, right? You have your tolerance level, you have your appetite to say, okay, once this thing passes this particular stage, I can't do it anymore. So for the organization, they need to set an appetite as an organization. You need to set a tolerance level to say, okay, at this point, we can no longer bear this risk. This is our threshold. So all of these things are supposed to be a part of our risk management or risk assessment. All right. Then we have risk aversion. It means that what your attitude is to turn away from a risk. So we are saying that when the risk is low, we accept it. But when it is above low, we try to turn away from that risk. We try to avoid it, right? We try to probably transfer the risk. So if you go in depth into risk management methodology, you would see or you will understand better some of the criteria for risk assessment, right? You can avoid, you can accept, you can transfer, or you can mitigate. Mitigation also talks about reducing, right? You're trying to put measures in place to reduce a particular risk. So for risk aversion, we're saying that your attitude to turning away, to avoiding a particular risk. All right. Risk aggregation is talking about the consideration of several risks in combination. So you look at different risks and you put it together and you have an aggregate of the risk that you can tolerate as an organization. Then we have risk acceptance. Here you're saying that we want to accept this particular risk. We may and we may not treat it. So it means that at this point, if we have a risk that is on level low, we accept it. It means that even if we don't treat it, we are okay with the risk. We can bear the consequence of the risk. We can tolerate the impact of that risk. We have agreed to accept it, and we can either propose measures to mitigate the risk, or we can go on with the risk like that. It means that we can accept it. It is still within our risk appetite. It's still within our risk tolerance level. Okay, so as an organization, you need to set your acceptance criteria. You need to set your appetite to say, okay, once a risk is at so point, we accept it. Or once it is at so point, oh, we accept, but we now introduce measures to reduce the risk. Now, note that accepting a risk does not mean the risk is low. I want us to note that. So because you accepted the risk does not mean it is low. It could be a medium risk, but then your appetite can carry it. So you accept it. You now propose controls to mitigate the risk. So it depends on what you decide as an organization. It's very important that you need to define these things before you start assessing your risk. Define your acceptance criteria, define your risk appetite, define your tolerance level. All of these things, you need to define them before you start assessing your risk, so that you know at which point you want to accept the risk. You know at which point you want to avoid a risk. You know at which point you want to transfer a risk. very important that we define these things as organizations before we start assessing the risk, okay? You can now also devise control measures, how you want to modify the risk, how you want to reduce the risk. So if you're accepting, you might want to leave it that way, or you might also want to control the risk. Okay, I see a question here. Will accepting more risk than rejection lead to organizational success? No. It depends on your risk appetite. That's why I said you need to set an appetite. If you're accepting risks that are beyond your risk appetite, note that you need to devise measures to control or mitigate the risk. So accepting the risk does not mean that it will lead to your success. And rejecting the risk does not also mean that it will lead to your success. It just depends on how you mitigate or how you modify your risk. So if you have lots of risk and you've accepted everything, know that when you accept it, if you see that it's beyond your appetite, you need to devise or propose controls to modify the risk. So the modification of those risks, the effective, let me put it that way. So it is a different thing to propose controls that are not effective. It's a different thing to propose controls that are effective. So when you accept the risk, you want to ensure that you now propose measures to effectively reduce those risks. That is the only way it will lead to organizational success. So, for example, you have a risk of what's this one? Okay, let's use risk of inadequate staff, right? You don't have enough staff. Now, how do you propose measures? What are the measures that you need to put in place to curb or to cover that inadequate staff? The most effective measure that you can put in place is to have a succession plan, right? Ensure that there is somebody that can take up the place of another party, okay? You want to ensure that if one party is not available, the other party can take up the responsibility of that party so that you continue business. Now, if you put a measure that is not effective in place, trust me, you will not still succeed. So it is not about accepting the risk alone, it's about proposing effective measures, right, to ensure that you mitigate those risks. So if you have a risk of inadequate staff, and if it is high, you want to ensure that, oh, we have measures, we have succession planning in place. You can also introduce onboarding of contract staff. So you have them on ground that, okay, in case somebody leaves, right, there's another party to continue that particular process, right? And succession planning also involves you having a subordinate. You don't have one man handling a particular process. You have more than one person handling the process. So if one person leaves, probably somebody jabbers, you have another person in place to continue that process, which will now in turn lead to your organizational success. So you see that it is not about accepting the risk alone. It's about you proposing or implementing the right measures, right? Introducing the right or implementing the effective measures to control those risks. Okay, someone says, risk of a staff. Exactly, risk of staff resigning. In fact, that risk is very high at the moment. As an organization, presently in 2024, if you don't consider inadequate staff as a risk, I don't know what you're doing, because it is very common nowadays, right? I mean, we are all aware of this Japa syndrome that has affected our economy. So you want to ensure that you are taking that into consideration, because it can happen. If somebody is leaving, they won't tell you when they are going out, when they're leaving the country, they won't tell you ahead. In fact, I believe that most employees will not tell you. I know we are in Nigeria and we believe that once you tell somebody, then there is problem. You don't want to be jinxed. So nobody tells anybody when they're leaving until the day they're leaving. In fact, some will even leave and send you a mail that they are resigning. So as an organization, at this point, this present day, if you don't take into consideration staff resignation, inadequate staff, all of these things into consideration, then I don't know what you're doing. You should put that into consideration now, because it is a major risk to organizations presently. So you now ensure that you put measures in place, right? How do we ensure Abayomi says the right legislation from abroad? Exactly. They won't tell you when they are leaving. They would write when they get there. They will not send you a mail that, oh, I'm not resuming on Monday. So you want to take that in place. Now, the question you asked earlier, that accepting the risk, does it lead to success? Let's now use that example. Accepting that your employees will resign. I mean, this is our realization at the moment. We all know that people are leaving. You have accepted that. If you accept it alone and you don't put measures in place, how will you grow as an organization? You see that you will not grow. So accepting a risk, it is not enough for organizational success. You need to ensure that you put measures in place, right? You need to ensure that you propose controls that can curb that risk, so that even if somebody leaves abruptly, you have another person to take over, or another person to, at least for a period of time, take over that process. Maybe you now employ someone else. All right. Okay. So moving on. Okay, we have risk retention, right? Acceptance of the potential benefits of gain, right? So you are saying that you're accepting the potential benefit of gain or burden of loss for a particular risk. All right, you have residual risk. This is the risk that remains after treatment. Remember, I said earlier that when you propose some controls, after treating the risk, you can still have some risk left. Probably the risk was high before, like the risk of this staffing issue, inadequate staff resigning, is a very high risk at the moment in any organization. It is a high risk. Now, when you put measures in place, when you put treatment options in place, what is your residual risk? What is the level of risk left? Is it going to be reduced? Is it going to be low? Is it going to be medium? All right, so that is what residual risk is. So we are saying that the risk that remains after treatment, after the controls have been put in place, what are the risks, or what is the level of risk that is left? All right, we also have resilience. This majorly resilience talks about business continuity. Okay, how I don't want to use word resilience again, but how what's this word? How stubborn? I don't want to use word stubborn, but want to say that as an organization, how can we continue business in the event of a disruption? What is our threshold as an organization? How can we withhold, or how can we withstand disruptions? How can we withstand disasters? Okay, that is our resilience level or capacity as an organization. All right, then we also have risk profile. Here we want to describe sets of risk as an organization. Okay, yes, strong, exactly. You want to see how strong you are to withstand disasters, to withstand disruptions. And we know that disruptions can come in different ways, right? We have different disruptions. It could be technological disruption, it could be natural disruption, natural hazards. So how strong are we? How can we withstand or withhold those disasters or disruption? That is our resilience, and also how we now come back to our operational state. So for example, as an organization, you have a disaster, or you had, let's say there was a fire incident, right? How were you able to withstand, right? How are you able to continue business and also recover, so you can withstand the fire, right? The fire outbreak. You're able to continue providing solutions or services to your customers, and you are also able to recover to your operational state. So for example, let's say for a bank, there was a fire outbreak in a bank. How were they able to continue business? Maybe they have an alternate site. They moved their employees to the alternate site. That shows that they are resilient, right? They move to an alternate site so that they can still provide services to their customers. And then after a while, they're able to recover totally. They're able to go back to their operational state. You know that after the fire outbreak, they cannot provide the percentage of service that they are providing before the fire outbreak. I mean for the first period of time, maybe for the first 2 days, they are still trying to balance it. Now, how do they now balance it totally and recover to their operational state? That is what resilience is to an organization. So, for example, as a bank, you have some very critical processes, right? When there's a fire outbreak or there's any disaster, you can move them to an alternate site. Now, take note that you cannot move them if you have not put in measures in place. This still goes back to your controls. You've identified that, okay, we are prone to fire risk. Okay, as an organization, you've identified that we are prone to fire risk. How do you now mitigate the risk of fire outbreak? Okay, how do you mitigate that risk? Maybe you try to implement you have cabinet, fireproof cabinets in place, you have fire extinguishers on ground, you ensure that your sockets are not plugged or are not left on when you're going home. All of those things are to prevent it, right? Now, if it now happens, peradventure this risk happens, how do you recover? What are the things that you need to do to recover? Okay, it is by implementing strategies in place. You said, okay, we have an alternate site, we have a DR site. All of these things are ways in which you can recover and continue business, which also in turn talks about your resilience as an organization. Oh, let me move on fast. We don't have much time. Our time is fast spent. So these are some of the latest standards to ISO 1000. We have the guide on risk management. We have how we can implement risk management. So if you are trying to be an implementer, a lead risk implementer, you may want to look at ISO 1004. It will guide you on how you can implement risk management framework in your organization. Okay, we also have risk assessment techniques. So if you're trying to be a risk manager and you want to be able to assess your risk appropriately, you want to be able to analyze the risk effectively and manage them effectively, you may want to look at ISO 1010, which will give you insight on how you can assess risk effectively. All right, so these are some of the benefits of ISO 1000. Okay, we've talked about some of these things. It increases the likelihood of achieving objectives. Of course, once you're able to assess your risk effectively, you can achieve your objectives, right? It encourages proactive management. It helps you to be aware of the need to identify and treat your risk. Okay, it also improves identification of opportunities and threats. Remember, I said earlier that it's not only the negative aspect, we also look at the positive aspect, which is your opportunities. Okay. Also, it helps you to comply with relevant legal and regulatory requirements. It improves your financial reporting. It improves governance. It improves your stakeholder confidence and trust, right? I mean, if you have implemented ISO 2001 and you're able to assess your risk properly as an organization, as a top management, as a stakeholder, you are confident that no matter what happens, you are prepared. No matter the risk, no matter the disruption, they are prepared and nothing is going to move you as an organization. So you have confidence that we can serve our customers even if there's a disruption, even when there is a disaster, even when this risk occurs, because we have implemented this standard and we have used these guidelines to assess our risk, we know that we can continue business or continue providing services to our customers. All right. It also helps us to establish a reliable basis for decision making and planning. Also, it improves controls, right? You're able to look ahead, assess properly, and propose the right controls to manage your risk. We still have some other ones. It helps you to allocate resources properly. So because you've analyzed your risk, you're able to know which ones are high, which ones are low, and which ones you need to allocate more resources to. Okay, so this would help you to identify your high risk, your low risk, and how to effectively allocate resources to treat these risks. It also improves operational effectiveness and efficiency. It also enhances health and safety performance. it improves loss prevention because you have implemented this in place, because you have assessed your risk ahead. It helps you, or it prevents loss. You must have identified some of these risks and put in measures to prevent. You know, I mentioned fire risk earlier. So if you, as an organization, you are prone to fire, right? You have a risk of fire outbreak. You must have put in some measures to prevent those risks. Measures like having smoke detectors, right? Measures like having fire alarms. Measures like having fire extinguishers in place. Measures like having fire emergency services readily available for you. Measures like having fire marshals on every floor in the organization, right? So those measures would help you prevent the fire to an extent. So even if the fire happens, the loss that would happen will be very minimal because you already have some controls in place to manage that risk. All right. It also minimizes losses. Okay. Of course, you have put in some measures in place. Your losses are minimized if you have all of these things in place. Like I mentioned in that example I gave for fire outbreak, you have all of these techniques, all of these controls in place. The loss that you are going to require is going to be very, very minimal because these things are in place already, right? You have your fire extinguishers on ground. You have those people that can manage fire in your organization, like your fire marshals. You have the smoke detectors. You know, once there's a smoke, it picks it on time and everyone is alerted, and you know, it helps to salvage the situation. So all of these things would also help us to minimize losses. Now, it is not limited to fire outbreak, right? There are lots of risk. I just use fire as an example because I believe that we can all relate to fire outbreak in organizations. Okay, there are lots of there are lots of risk scenarios that could affect us as an organization, and we need to ensure that we propose effective strategies, right, that can help us to mitigate these risks. All right. So for fire outbreak, you could also put a measure for backup, right? Backup of data. Instead of you having all your data as hard copies, you can have soft copies and ensure that they are backed up in cloud. So even if there's a fire outbreak and your systems are gone, everything is gone, you can still have access to your data because you backed them up and be able to recover your data. All right. It also improves organizational learning and improves organizational resilience. These are some of the benefits of ISO 31,000. So let me move quickly. We don't have enough time. All right. So managing risk, you manage risk consciously or unconsciously. Managing risk also means forward thinking. You're trying to think ahead. It has not happened. You know, it's an uncertainty that has not happened. We are thinking ahead that what if it happens? How will it affect us? What will be the severity, the impact of these risks? So it involves you thinking ahead, right? It also is about maximizing opportunity and minimizing threat. Remember, I told us earlier that it is about risk and opportunity. That is threat and opportunity. So you're able to minimize your threats and you're able to maximize your opportunities. Okay. 31,000 helps us to effectively manage risk in all organizations, be it a small organization, be it a big organization. And 31,000 would help you to manage risk in the organization effectively. Okay. Risk management, I know you already know what this means. It's the various activities that are in place to ensure that we understand and reduce effects of uncertainties on our objectives. Remember, we said that risk is effect of uncertainties on our objectives or goals. So management of risk helps us to reduce these effects, helps us to minimize the effects of these things on our objectives and our goals. All right. Importance and purpose of risk. I know we've talked about this earlier. It helps us to protect our assets. It builds our confidence, protects our reputation. It helps us to identify potential risk. It helps us to assess and prioritize risk, and also develop mitigation strategies for these risks. All right. I'm trying to move fast because our time is fast spent. Okay, in ISO 31,000, we have some risk types and categories. Okay, this is not limited to this. It is just examples of the risk types and categories. These are the common ones that we have. We have strategic risk, we have operational risk, we have compliance risk, we have business continuity risk, we have supply chain risk, we have cybersecurity, we have environmental, we have project risk. In fact, we have lots of risk categories, which I already said earlier, it's not limited to this, but these are just examples of the common risk types or risk categories that we have. All right. Now, looking at the NIST framework, right? NIST is just the National Institute of Standards and Technology, right? They defined or they designed some steps to assessing our risk, right? They designed some steps to assessing risk. So how can you assess risk? You're trying to assess technological risk. How do you assess this? What are the steps that it involves? Okay, we can see that we have 9 steps to assessing risk. The first one is characterization, system characterization. The second one is identification of threats. The third one is identification of vulnerability. Remember, I told us earlier that threat is a potential event, right? Vulnerability is the weakness within your organization that can be exploited. So you're looking at your weakness, your gaps. What are you supposed to do, or what are you lacking as an organization that can be exploited, that can be, or that can eventually turn to a threat or a risk? Okay, that is what vulnerability is. So you want to identify your threats, identify your vulnerability, ensure that you put control measures in place, define or determine the likelihood of the risk occurring, right? Also define or analyze the impact of these risks, right? Determine the risk in itself, define controls or propose controls to mitigate the risk. And the last one is you documenting your results. All right, so let us look at it one after the other. So for system characterization, you want to identify what you want to assess, right? So probably you're trying to assess an information technology. You need to define it. Okay, is it an hardware? Are you trying to assess the risk to your laptop? Are you trying to assess the risk to your employees? Are you trying to assess the risk to the building? You know, you want to identify what exactly you want to assess or conduct risk assessment on. All right, and you now identify the threats to those things that are characterized. So first thing is to identify what you want to assess. Okay, so are you assessing your laptop? What are the risks to this laptop? Okay, are you assessing the people, that is your employees? What are the risks to your people? Are you assessing the risk to your information? Are you assessing the risk to your building, right? Now, what are some of the risks that can affect the people? You need to identify that. What are some of the threats that can affect your system? What are threats that can affect your building? So you want to identify those threats, right? Oh, maybe there could be for the building, it could be natural threats like fire, like flood, you know, like burglary or theft. So those are some of the risks or threats that can affect the building. You also want to look at the people. So you need to identify the threats to each of those information systems that you have identified in step 1, right? Step 3, you now need to identify vulnerabilities. What is your own weakness? So for example, for your system, it could be that you don't have the right, what's this word? You don't have the right, I'm looking for, okay, for example, you don't have the right antivirus on your laptop. Okay, that is a vulnerability to you as an organization. That could be exploited and in turn would now turn to a threat. So you know that as an organization, you need to identify your vulnerability. So for the particular system, what is the vulnerability to the laptop? Oh, you don't have enough backup. You don't have backup in place. That is a vulnerability. You don't have the right antivirus. That is a vulnerability that could be exploited. Your flaws, your weakness, the gaps, you need to identify those things as well, right? Then you now need to examine the existing controls. So you've identified the threat. What are the existing controls in place that can mitigate that threat to an extent, right? You also want to identify these existing controls. All right. Then you go on to determine the likelihood. So what is the likelihood of this risk occurrence? What is the probability of this risk occurring? Is it high? Is it medium? Is it low? Right? You want to look at it and ensure that you define the likelihood occurrence. Then you now look at the impact, which is the severity. So if this thing occurs, how would it affect you? What will be the impact? What will be the severity? Is it going to be high? Is it going to be medium? Is it going to be low? You also want to attach a rating to these as well. That is why I said before you start assessing your risk, you should have defined these things. Define what your likelihood rating is going to be. Define what your impact rating is going to be. Is it going to be maybe for low? Low could be when it's the score is between 1 to 3, or it could be when the score is between 5 to 10. So you want to have identified these things before you start assessing your risk. Very, very important. All right. After likelihood identification and impact analysis, we now move on to risk determination. So once you identify the likelihood and you identify the impact, you multiply it and you get your risk score or your risk level, right? You multiply your likelihood by your impact, which will give you your risk score or your risk level. So you're able to determine, oh, this risk is high. Once you multiply the likelihood by the impact, you're able to define or determine the level or the score of your risk. So you can say, oh, this risk is low, we accept it, or oh, this risk is medium, we accept, or oh, this risk is high, we need to mitigate this risk. Okay, so you're able to determine your risk level or your risk score, as the case may be. Afterwards, step 8 now says you now need to propose, or you now need to implement controls, implement measures, implement strategies to mitigate or to minimize these risks. You want to ensure that you put in measures in place to minimize the risk. Now, take note that you need to put some of these strategies in place. If you are looking for mitigation strategies, ensure that they are effective. Remember, I told us earlier that it is not enough to propose controls. You need to ensure that those controls are going to be effective. Don't just say, oh, for fire outbreak, let us move to an alternate site. Is it going to be effective? You need to ensure that the measures you are putting in place or the controls you want to implement are effective controls, right? Because you don't just want to have controls in place. If they're not effective, then your risk assessment aim or the reason for conducting the risk assessment is going to be invalid. So you want to ensure that the measures you're going to put in place, the controls you'll be implementing, are effective to minimizing your risk. If you feel that they're not effective, you bring on another control, right? You need to have controls that are effective. So if you see that, okay, this control is not going to be effective, you bring another one on board just to ensure that whatever control or whatever measure you're going to put in place is effective to minimize, minimize the risk. Okay, I hope that we are still together. I hope we are still together. I hope that we are still together. Okay, all right. Okay, so this is what we have on step 8. Let's look at step 9. Step 9 now talks about you documenting your results. You know that after analyzing risk or after assessing risk and proposing controls, you now need to present everything to top management. There has to be a meeting with top management where you decide if the controls should be implemented. Okay, so you want to say, oh, we are trying to implement a policy in place. We're trying to implement probably a antivirus policy, or trying to implement an access control policy, or trying to implement a password policy. in the organization. You need to, table all of these controls, table it before top management, and we make decisions, and they assign all of these risks to respective owners and ensure that the risk or the controls are followed up. We want to ensure that we follow up and ensure that it is implemented, right? For the password policy, you may want to put it in place to say that, okay, everybody must change their passwords every month or every 2 weeks, right? And ensure that it is implemented, ensure that it is followed through. Or for the access control policy, I want to say, oh, we want to put some measures in place. Not everybody should have access to some areas, right? We want to say that, okay, there's some areas that should not be accessible to some people, okay? We want to say that, okay, let us also put controls in place for documents. Not every document should be accessible to everybody. Let us categorize our documents, right? That could be a measure for ensuring that people don't exploit our documents. That could be a measure for controlling fraud. Okay, so you can put those measures in place. For controlling fraud, you might want to put your categorization of documents. You want to put that measure in place to prevent fraud, right? If people that are not supposed to have access don't have access, then the fraud might be limited. Or you want to say, oh, access control. Not everybody should have access to a particular place. Visitors should have biometric cards, biometric access, that if you say you're going to floor 1, you only have access to floor 1. If they see you on floor 2 with floor 1 access card, then there's a problem. All of these things are in a bid to reduce fraud or to reduce theft. So we want to put some of these measures in place to, minimize your risk. All right. So there are lots of measures that you can put in place to minimize different risks. The major thing is for you to assess, identify your risk, first of all, identify the risk, assess the risk. Then you now have measures, or you put in controls in place to minimize these risks. All right. I hope that we are still together. Let us quickly look at section 2 of this course before we call it a day. We have about 5-10 minutes before we start taking questions. Okay, so ISO 31000 has its own structure. Okay, the standard has a structure. If you are familiar with the other ISOs, you would know that those ISOs, we have clause 4 to 10, we have for ISO 27000, we have clause 4 to 10, then we now have annex A5 to A8, right? So for the ISO 1000 as well, we have clause 4 to 6. Clause 4 talks about the principles, right? Principles of risk management, right? Clause 5 looks at the frameworks. Clause 6 looks at the processes of managing risk. So quickly, we'll look at the principles of risk management, we'll look at the frameworks of risk management, and we'll look at the processes of managing risk. So for principles, we have 8 principles. For the frameworks, we have 6. For the processes, we have 6 as well. So very quickly, we'll look at the principles, the frameworks, and the processes before our time is up. Okay, so under clause 4 of the ISO 31000, which is principles, it says that principles are the foundation for managing risk. Okay, we all know that as an individual, we have principles. We have things that we abide by, right? So these are the things that we should consider when we are establishing our risk framework or our risk process or our risk methodology. Okay, we need to ensure that, first of all, the principle of risk management, it has to be integrated. Integration. Okay, so risk management should be an integral part of your activity. You cannot segregate it. You cannot bring it. You cannot put it as a standalone. It has to be integrated into your structure. It has to be integrated into your culture, into your processes. That is the only way that you can manage risk effectively. All right. Another principle is to ensure that it is structured and comprehensive. We want to ensure that we adopt a systematic approach of managing risk. Ensure that there is a structure. not just anybody should assume any role, right? You define the roles, define the responsibilities, define the processes, define your criteria for risk management. All of these things should be structured. That was why I said earlier that before you start assessing your risk, you should have defined the process. You should have defined your risk likelihood. You should have defined how you want to assess your risk. You should have defined your risk appetite. You should have defined your risk tolerance, right? All of this should be embedded in your risk assessment process or your risk framework or your risk methodology. So people call it methodology, some will call it framework, some call it assessment process. So it depends on what you call it in your organization. But the major point is that it has to be structured, right? You can't just wake up and say, oh, let us start assessing risk. And then you now say, okay, let me choose low here. The next risk, let me choose high. There has to be a method, there has to be a criteria, there has to be a process that is followed to assess the risk. All right. The next principle is customized. Okay. The risk framework or the process should be tailored to fit your organization. It should be tailored to fit your needs. It should be tailored to fit your specific context. It should be tailored to fit your scope. Okay, so ensure that it is customized. That's why you see that the risk process for organizations would vary. For some organizations, they can use the 5x5 matrix. Some will say their risk appetite is low, while for some organizations, their own appetite is medium. So you need to ensure that you customize it according to your organization. You can't copy the other organization. Even if you want to copy, ensure that you tailor it to fit or to suit your organization. Okay. The next principle is inclusive. Risk management should involve participation and contributions of all relevant stakeholders. Remember, I said earlier that after you've analyzed and you propose controls, you now need to, meet with top management where you now all decide on what to do and how to go about it. So you will ensure that everyone is included, all relevant stakeholders are involved. That is why each risk has its owners assigned, right? You want to ensure that everybody, all relevant stakeholders are involved. Everyone is involved in risk management, which would also help them to know what's going on in the organization. They are aware, they are informed, they know what is happening, and they know how you are about to treat the risk. No one is left out. All right. The next one is dynamic. We need to note that risk management is not a one-time exercise. It is continuous. That's why you see that in your risk methodology or risk framework, you should document the frequency for reviewing, frequency for assessing risk. Some would say, oh, we want to assess our risk monthly. Some would say we'll be assessing our risk annually. Some would say it is every 6 months. We know that risk assessment is not a one-off exercise. It is not a one-time exercise. It is a continuous process. You need to continually assess your risk because the risk you had last year might not be the same without this year. You might have had, or you might be prone to more risk. So you need to continually assess your risk. You cannot keep using the same risk you had last year and just leave it that way. You need to continually assess your risk. There could be a change, okay? There could be an emergence of a new risk. So you want to ensure that you continually assess the risk in your organization. Okay, the next principle is best available information. It means that you want to ensure that in risk management, you take into account the right informations, okay? The right informations that would guide your judgment or that will guide your risk assessment. All right, I'm trying to rush this because we are way behind schedule. The other principle is human and cultural factors, okay? You want to know that human behavior influence all aspects of risk management, right? Our behaviors, our culture will definitely have effect on how we manage risk. Continuous improvement is also a part of the principles. Ensure continuous improvement. So for example, this year, you assessed your risk and you proposed some controls. You put some measures in place. The following year, or maybe the next time for review, you want to ensure that you improve on those processes. What you use this year, you might want to improve on it. Probably this year, you said, oh, For fire, we want to ensure that we move to alternate sites, or we want to ensure that we have a DR site. The next year, you can have, you can include other measures that would help you to continually improve on that particular process. Okay, so going forward, let's look at clause 5. It talks about framework, right? Risk framework helps us to, integrate the risk into our activities, right? Helps us to effectively manage risk by integrating it into our governance, integrating it into our decision making. Everything is interwoven. We don't want to leave it out. We don't want to leave it as an island. We ensure that we integrate it. That is why you have your methodology, right? So it helps you to direct or direct the approach that you want to use with the organizational tolerance of that organization. So you are trying to ensure that you integrate everything and it works together when you are assessing your risk. This framework includes your leadership and commitment. Of course, we know that leaders need to be committed to risk management. Like I said earlier, they have to be involved, right? You don't just want to leave them and you want to ensure that they are involved in the risk assessment and management process. Integration, when I said this earlier, ensuring that we integrate risk management into the organization, ensuring that it's cuts across our structure, cuts across our context, cuts across the scope, and it will help us to effectively manage risk. Okay. You also look at design, right? You are able to customize your framework to align with your objectives. So if you are using a 5x5 matrix, you want to ensure that it aligns with your objectives. You want to ensure that everybody knows what they're supposed to do. You assign the roles, assign responsibilities, top management are involved. You design it appropriately. So your risk process or your risk framework, you design it appropriately so that when you're assessing risk, you can use these design. Then the implementation, of course, we know that aside from designing and assessing, you need to implement all these things. It is not enough to document it. You need to put it into practice. So if you document it and you don't implement, then it is not effective. You need to put these things into practice. You need to ensure that everything I've documented, you practice it. That is what implementation is about. Of course, furthermore, there has to be evaluation. So after implementation, you need to evaluate how effective is this framework? How effective is the measures they are proposed? How effective is the controls we have implemented? You want to evaluate. Evaluation is very important. This will help you determine the effectiveness. And if you notice that, you're not doing well, you now need to find a way to ensure that you effectively, or you devise a means to effectively manage your risk. Then improvement, of course, when you evaluate, you see your gaps, you see your weaknesses, you see areas where you need to improve upon, and you continually monitor and ensure that you improve on those areas. Okay, very important that aside from evaluation, you need to also continually improve on those areas. All right, let's look at the last one, which is clause 6. It talks about processes. Okay, this process involves application of policies, procedures, and practices to the activities of communicating, consulting, establishing the context of risk management. So it talks about the process that risk management involves. So the first one, we have communication and consultation. Communication is very, very important when you're managing risk. So once you identify risk, you need to communicate with the relevant internal and external stakeholders. So everyone needs to be aware. You need to communicate to the employees. These are the risks that are affecting our organization. You need to also communicate to your external stakeholders, the relevant ones, right? These are the risks that you're facing as an organization. Also, you need to take note of your scope, your context, and criteria. You need to define the scope of your risk. So if you are looking at assessing a risk, you need to define the scope. Are you assessing the risk in this building alone, or we are looking at all our branches, right? You need to define your scope and the criteria for managing your risk. How do you At what point do you accept the risk? At what point do you mitigate? All of these things need to be defined, all right? The next one we have risk assessment, right? You need to identify. You're identifying the risk, you're analyzing the risk, and of course, you evaluate these risks to get their potential impact and likelihood, okay? Then the next one is risk treatment. We talked about all of this earlier. After identifying your risk and getting your impact and likelihood, when you multiply, you get your risk score. You now need to treat the risk. You need to find a ways to implement solutions to mitigate those risks. Then afterwards, you need to continually monitor and review these things. So aside from you implementing controls, there has to be a regular monitoring and review. So for example, you assessed your risk last year. This year, you want to check it again and see areas that you can improve upon. Oh, is this still effective? Can we improve in this area? These are some of the things that you want to look at, or these are some of the processes of risk management. And then recording and reporting. As we all know that you need to continually record or document. You can't just have all of these things offhand. You need to document these things, record it, and report to the relevant authorities. That is top management. There has to be a meeting like the management review meeting where you now meet and discuss issues, discuss your risk, discuss the control measures, discuss everything relative to risk within your organization. All right, so this is what we have for ISO 31000 Foundation. I believe that with this little introduction, we have a brief understanding of what ISO 1000 is, and if you want to go further to be a lead risk manager, we have an understanding of what to do and what our role will be and how we can, effectively manage risk in our organizations. All right, so please let us take questions. Do we have questions? Do we have questions? Let me see the chat room. Okay, so do we have questions? I would like to take questions if we have. Ogunbanwo says, thank you so much. Oh, all right, you're welcome. Oh, of course, Akim, treatment options. Yes, I already mentioned this earlier. You might want to avoid, you might want to accept, you might want to reduce or share. Sometimes, like I said, these things vary with regards to organizations. So you want to define it relevant to the organization. For some organizations, they would say, oh, once the risk is low, they would accept. While some will tell you that even if the risk is medium, we would still definitely accept that risk. So it depends on the appetite of the organization. Okay, I asked if you can take a case study on this topic. How does an organization with leaders with poor risk appreciation survive? Honestly, that is why we said that top management need to be involved. So as top management, they also need to, they should have taken the ISO 1001 course. They should know what risk, in fact, there is no top management that should not know about risk management, because without risk management or without managing your risk effectively, you cannot achieve your objectives. So if they have poor risk appreciation, trust me, that organization will not move forward. They will not grow well, because it is only when you effectively manage your risk that you can move forward, that your business would grow, right? I mean, we already said is that risk is uncertainty, effects of uncertainty on achieving your objectives. So that means if you are not involved in managing your risk, you cannot really achieve your objectives properly. Okay, so we need to ensure that top management are involved. If they're not involved, check that business or check that organization. They won't grow well. ABMA says, oh yes, this is okay. Before 2018, we had 2012. We had 2012. I think I showed us the history earlier. We had 2012 before 2018. How can I be a chief risk officer at the associate level in the banking or telecom industry? Okay, so if you want to be a CRO, it takes a lot. First of all, you need to start from the risk manager before you be a chief risk officer. So you need to take courses on risk management, right? You need to take a lead risk management course, probably a PECV course or a TUV course. You want to take that course first before you now go on to getting other certifications. You need to know about the COSO, you need to know about NIST framework, you need to know about the 1000 properly before you can evolve into being a chief risk officer. Okay, so you need to first of all be a risk manager before you can now go ahead to be the chief risk. I like where you are heading. I like where you are aiming at. It's good. Exactly. It takes experience and skills. You can't just say you want to be a CRO all of a sudden. You must have passed through some level of training. This is foundation course. You may want to go on ahead to intermediate and then go on to professional, then go on to lead risk manager before you can even be a CRO. And aside getting trained, you also need to have hands-on experience. So it's not about you just getting trained and certified. You need to have hands-on experience. You need to have been able to manage risk at some point. So probably you need to start from managing risk within your department, right? You need to put that into use. Those things you've learned, right? You need to put it into use. Have hands-on experience before you can now move on to be a CRO. All right, so do we have any more questions before we call it a day? Do we have any more questions before we call it a day? Do we have more questions? Okay. Edith, I hope you are still on the call.
Very much. All right, thank you so very much for your time, and thank you for making this session a very interactive and understandable one. Of course, we have a lot of people who are hearing about this particular ISO for the first time. If you want more information, we can link you up with the trainer, and you can ask more questions and get more clarifications and directions as the case may be. All right, so we're officially on break and we'll be back by 1:30 to take the last session for today, which is on business analysis. And take note, we'll be having a practical session on how to use the Odoo ERP. Okay, so please make it on time, join the class on time so that we can start on time and end on time as well. All right, so please, you can go on your break now and we'll see you by 1:30. very next trainer that we have. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, for the very last session, we'll be looking at business analysis on the chapter investigation techniques, and would also be taking the Odoo practicals. And to take this class is Mr. Kingsley Ezurike. Mr. Kingsley is a business analyst. He has successfully implemented the Odoo ERP for several organizations, and also TOGAP, which is an enterprise architecture, and ISO 23001, and lots more for other organizations. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, would be calling on our next trainer this afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Kingsley. Please put your round of applause in the chat room as we welcome Ms.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't know, I lost you. I don't know if you're still talking, but I can't hear you. So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I believe I'm audible. Am I audible? Can you hear me? Okay,
class this afternoon.
All right, so you're good, right?
Thank you for joining us. Please take it up from here, Mr. Kingsley.
Okay, I had a lot of, if I can pitch more louder. Excuse me. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Somebody's hand is up. If you want to say something, I don't know if the mic is enabled for you to speak.
Okay, Epion, please go ahead to speak or mute yourself to speak.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. I'm sorry. I wanted to inform you that unable to hear, but I can hear now.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so
Mr. Kingsley, was I audible enough earlier?
Yeah.
Network. Oh, okay, great. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
so
just I lost at some point, but it's fine anyway.
Okay, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. So I welcome you all once again. We'll just quickly go into investigation techniques. As a BA, as a business analyst, it's expected that we inculcate or we develop or we know about this technique because it's part of our job, it's part of what we should know as business analysts. Kindly confirm you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, beautiful. All right, let me make it bit bolder. So at least everyone can have good.
Good.
All right.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Okay, fine. So investigation techniques, you know, a BA, I believe we understand that BA is a solution provider. BA is you know, they're pretty much solution provider. So they're coming to an organization, they're coming to into an organization, yeah. So you know, get to look at, okay, what is the limitation we are having as an organization? What are we looking to do as an organization? A BA is expected to, you know, provide solutions. So how do you provide solutions? Is by making necessary findings of what the organization is, what they do, the culture of the organization, the context, everything that makes up the organization. What are the processes that they carry out? So all of this, you know, is part of what a BA should do. By asking the right question, making the right research, you'll be able to provide the required solution for your stakeholder or for your client. Right. So investigation techniques is part of the techniques that a BA should be aware of. Now, what is investigation techniques? You know, there are processes their bedrocks, their approaches we use to get insight, so as to make necessary or informed decisions for our stakeholders. It is very instrumental for helping organizations, for helping you understand organizational processes, what are the systems in place, what do they do? Like I said, all of this will help you to bring forth that solution they are looking for. So yeah, investigation techniques also provide a structured framework for understanding the current situation. Because by investigating, by asking, by interviewing, you need to understand, okay, where are we today? From knowing where we are today, you now get to understand what the bottlenecks they are having, what are those issues, what are their challenges. By asking those right questions, you can ascertain the future needs and opportunities for this organization. So it will help empower you properly, to be able to fit in that problem and find the necessary solution, the desired solution as it should be. So by researching, by getting the right data, engaging the right persons, you at the end of the day, trust me, you'll be able to provide that solution that is needed. I believe we've done some things around strategy analysis, around process modeling. So all of this is what a DA needs to be able to deliver value for their stakeholders. So this is part of it, investigation. You need to, ask diverse questions. There are key questions that every DA needs to be aware of, because understanding processes for every organization is key, very key, because all the solutions you'll be bringing in, you revolve around the organization from start to finish. So understanding the processes, how things are done from the sales perspective, from the procurement perspective, from the HR perspective, from the accounting, all the processes involved in an organization, every BA needs to, have an idea, needs to be aware, needs to understand these things. Having an idea of all these things will now guide how you position yourself to make the right investigation. So having this today will put us in a better edge to understand how to go about all of this. Because it's a diverse method. It has to do with tools, allowing you to, tailor down the context and the objective of that project that you're in for. So yeah, investigation, we understand that it involves interviews, because you need to speak with the stakeholder, you need to sit with them, interview them, have a one-on-one interview with them, ask them what their problem is. There are approaches, there are questions, the right questions that should be asked. You ask them, you carry out your survey, you get your data, analyze your data properly, process your modeling, from start to finish. You use tools, because we all, as VA, we need to have knowledge of some tools, around Zigzag or draw.io. All of this will help you model your process properly. Put that clarity to your client or to your customer or to the stakeholder. So that way, you deliver value at the end of the day. Yeah, it equips you very well. This investigation technique equips you very well, to extract the value insight and solve that problem that is expected for the organization. All right. So this technique also enables us to identify inefficiencies, redundancies, and areas of innovation. So all of this is very key for us, right? So we need to understand this. All right. So when you are working with an unfamiliar organization, we should spend some time gathering this background information. I've talked about understanding their processes. It's very, very important that we understand their processes. So from afar, before engaging into the project properly, just so you can be able to, do your investigation properly, you need to study the company website, because that will give you an insight of what the organization does or what the company does, right? So if a company should reach out to us that, okay, we need your service for a project you are looking to do, to implement an ERP, what will you suggest? What ERP will you suggest? Okay, so it's expected of you to understand what their limitations are. You know, by looking through their website, you might be identifying some loopholes, right? It will give you a view of what the organization does, what their values are, you know, how they are branded, you know, so how they are seen, how external stakeholders see them, you know. So all of these things through their website, you can be able to dig out some investigation even before engaging them on a one-on-one interview session, right? All right. So this will also help you get who the external stakeholders are, you know. By the time you've been able to investigate deeply into their website, look at it very fine, look at it very well, you should be able to get feedback, you know, or see feedback from the customer, either on social media, you know. Going about all of this investigation will give you a clue or an insight of what the organization does. Are we good? All right. So yeah, this will really help us to get the best from the investigation for that organization. You need to look at the website, what organization that it is. You know, you compare with other top players, websites of other top players. You know, that will guide you to what value you deliver as a BA. All right. So the design of the site will often give an indication of the level of quality it aims at, right? So the colors, all of this, right? Like I said, it makes up your investigation as a BA, right? Looking at their branding, looking at what they do, you know, as maybe an eatery or restaurant, their prices, their market cap, all of that, you know, as an organization, it helps. It gives value, you know. For you to be able to interpret a website, you get proper insight of what the business does or what the organization do. Right. So good. All right. So these things are very key. You know, they'll give you a level of user friendliness with their site, existing sites, you know, and the technologies that they have in the organization. You know, all of this will really help us as BAs, right? It will give us clues about what technological maturity of the company, what it is, you know, and all of this. It will really help us to understand the level of the developers, right? Their skill sets, where they are. Like, you can be able to see what the organization does. Taiwo, I think your hands are raised up. Any questions? Edith, can you give Taiwo access to the mic? I don't know. Mr. Taiwo, do you have something to say? Hello? Can anybody hear me? Am I being too fast? Hello? All right, so if you can hear me, kindly drop a reaction, because okay, yeah, all right, beautiful. All right, beautiful. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, I thought I was so I felt maybe all right, thank you, everyone. Thank you. Your audio is poor. Oh, okay. All right, a good number of us can hear me properly. Okay, that's fine. So somebody said my audio is poor. Olaison, I don't know. Maybe check from your end, right? Check from your end, you know, look at your headset or something. All right, thank you, Lawal. All right, beautiful. So let's proceed. All right, so Olaison, kindly check on your, okay, Taiwo Jordan is saying it's low too. Okay, fine. So, okay, Susan also said that. All right, that's fine. I'll see how to pitch louder. Okay. All right, so thank you everyone that can hear me clearly. I'll just see how to make everybody be in the same line is unique. Okay, let's proceed. All right, so we talked about studying or investigating, starting from the website, investigating the website. That will give us clue as a BA, right? So secondly, we need to understand the company's report. You know, a whole lot of companies struggle to dish out proper reports as an organization. You know, what I mean by proper reports, like there's what we call adequate report, authentic report, right? So a BA also, you know, needs to make investigations around it to understand what kind of reporting system they do. You know, at least need to know how their reports are captured and all that. So if we approach this, we understand that it will give us also clue to how we can come into the organization to give value. It's very useful to look at companies' reports to confirm the health of the company. It's very, very important. Their statutory documents, you know, the profit and loss account, you know, all of these are key to guide your solution to provide solution for the company, right? So, yeah, so these documents, yeah, they really provide information about the level of, you know, of debt. So looking at their financial report for an organization, right? It will give you an insight of the level of debt, their liquidity, you know, their trend in growth or stagnation, you know, over a period of time. So looking at that will give you a clue of how they can survive for a period of time. So at least you have an idea of how they struggle or what they should do to become better as an organization. So you being a solution provider needs all of these insights to really identify their problem. Once a problem is identified, definitely you can approach the solution adequately, right? So the shareholders report will also set out the future direction of the company as agreed by the directors and the state, the targets and the achievements at which they are aiming over the next year, right? So a BA coming into an organization, let's say they're suffering some challenges that is leading to a whole lot of losses and all of that. You going into this research, because they might not tell you at the glance, you know, but you need to provide that solution. You need to deliver value. So you need to understand what their reporting is. All of this will help you do well. If you study those reports properly, you can deliver value for that project, right? Following all the investigations that you carried out, it will help you, you know, ask the right questions, engage the right people, understand what are those limitations that are leading to all of the failures and all that. So you will deliver value at the end of the day as a DA. So the next thing, the third thing we need to do is to study the procedure manual and documentation. If you understand their manual, if you understand how they document their, how documentation is done, as a BA, it will give you a clue to how to provide solutions. All these approaches, all these websites research, report research, documentation research, like I said, is a prior research, is a prior investigation for you as a BA before you can engage the stakeholder or the client or the customer, you know, physically to carry out other investigations. So all these prior research are very key. We need to have this at the back of our mind, that we need to understand their website, look at the website to get an insight of who the organization is, what they do as an organization. You need to look at their reports. You need to, you know, study their procedure manual, how their processes are done, are carried out, the scope of the organization. This prior research will help, you know, understand the current system documentation and perhaps the existing analysis document for the system as it is. and the manual. Let me look at, I can see a chart. I can't hear you clearly, please. Oh, sorry. What could be the challenge? Who else is not hearing me properly? Let me see how I can, what I can do right now. So please confirm, I need reactions. Am I audible enough? Can say, oh, really? Can it be a network thing? Oh, okay. Let me see if I will just set my position a bit. Okay. Bridget said I'm audible enough. Oh, thank you, Bridget. His volume is low. All right. Let me see if I'll just change my position. I don't know if it has to do with network or because I'm pretty much shouting. I don't know how else or how loud I will talk to be louder. Okay. Or better now. Okay, I just changed my position. All right. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think this position is better now. All right. So thank you for that observation. Because I wouldn't know if I don't get this feedback. All right, this is okay. So yeah, you need to study the manual, you need to study how their documentations are done. Studying the documentation is never a substitute for proper investigation, right, and analysis. Rather, it is a preparation, it is a way of obtaining a prior understanding of the domain in question, right? A prior understanding of the client, of the stakeholder in question. So this will give you a gateway into various lines of investigation. So what I said before, like, carrying out all this prior research will help you guide you also to how you will carry out this investigation, to do your investigation professionally as it is, right? Okay, so the fourth one is to understand the organizational chart. Study the organizational chart of the target area of the company. This gives you structure and to an extent the culture of the organization. You get to understand the job roles, the reporting lines, and all of this. They are very valuable for you to carry out your investigation. You understand the chart, organogram, look at the organogram of the organization, understand who is reporting to who. All of these are prior research that you should be aware of. It's written and giving them. When you get to the organization, you can, they will be amazed to how you're asking or making your investigations. They'll be surprised to what information that you've gathered as a BA, right? So we need to have this prior research at the back of our mind as a BA to be able to carry out effective investigation for a particular project that we are in. So yeah, investigation techniques. After this prior research has been done, right, you feel prepared to begin a more interactive side of things. This will be a time for you to prepare very well. There'll be variety of techniques available depending upon the size of the organization. The location of the organization, the number of stakeholders within the organization, and the nature of information to be ascertained. These techniques can be categorized broadly as qualitative and quantitative. So qualitative in the sense that you're understanding what is needed. You see why this prior research is very key for us, right? You have a qualitative information of what is needed for that organization. A quantitative information that has to do with the concerned people, what volume and frequency of operations they carry out, of what they do. So all this prior research gives you clear insight of what is obtainable or what you're to do. So for qualitative techniques, it can be broken down, like I said, yes, definitely. We can't carry out investigation without you interfacing with the stakeholder, having a one-on-one interview session, right? So it's a one-on-one interview session for you to understand their needs. So you go to the account manager, you sit with them, you understand their limitations, you can be able to approach that solution, right? So you sit with the CRM person or the sales rep or the procurement manager. All of this, you get to understand what they do, what are their loopholes and bottlenecks. By so doing, you can, provide solutions. So the most common of this qualitative one-on-one approach to investigation and interviewing, just like I said, right? Meeting with the right stakeholder and carrying out an interview section. That interview section will, help you investigate properly. It is part of the investigation technique. Yeah, so collaborative approaches also include workshops, focus groups. Yeah, you and your team, you can hold a workshop session. In that workshop session, you're asking some questions, you're carrying out investigation techniques as a BA. All right, so interview, is a key tool in a business for a business analyst, right? So a well-done interview can be very vital in achieving a number of objectives that include making an initial contact with the key stakeholders and establishing a basis for the business analysis work. So via your interview session, via your prior research, let me start with that because, yeah, you've seen the organogram, you've known who is who, right? You'll be able to know who the right contact person is, the right stakeholder is, so yes, you sit with them to get the right, carry out the right investigation. All right, so building and developing rapport with different business users and managers. All these are vital to achieving your objectives. Yeah, you build rapport with them, yeah, we become friends. At least so many people have done some jobs with, we build this free rapport, so this is what this interview session, this is part of the objectives that it does. So acquiring a range of information about the business situation, including any personal issues and problems. So yeah, all this tends to take place on a one-on-one basis, just like I said, which is one reason why they can be invaluable in identifying personal concerns. All right, so this one-on-one interview session we really position or give an understanding to the stakeholder and also give you an understanding to what their problem is, right? So yeah, you really need to focus on the views of the individual and, have this decorum, have this understanding, a friendly environment, a friendly rapport with the person. Are we good? Okay. So if two analysts carry out some interviews, it is more difficult to build up the level of trust required in order to share this concern. What this means is, let's say I am speaking to Taiwo, maybe we just came to Taiwo's organization, and we are speaking to Taiwo. Questions coming from the two of us might not really. We might be putting Taiwo on the hot seat and maybe or taking too much of him or trying to drain so much out of him, and he might not really give us too many, or at the end of the day, we might not really get too many insights of what we need as feedback, right? But when I'm interfacing with Taiwo, if it is interfacing with Taiwo might have this, environment to, to talk more or to dish out more feedback that would be valuable for us to understand what is to be done, right? So this is what interview sessions is really part of the investigation technique that we should carry out as a DA. All right, so there are three areas that are to be considered during fact finding or during interview section. One is current functions that need to be fulfilled in any new business system. So you need to understand this. This is why you're interviewing that person. This is why you're having that conversation with that person. You need to understand the current functions. What is the current state of it? How are do they have PRC? What software are they using? What are the limitations of the software? What are they looking to transition to something better? You know, so all of this you need to get that. So what are the problems with the current operation, just like I said, that need to be addressed? And also the new features that are required. The new features that are required for that business system. And you know that this point is really hard because so many must have not explored other systems, but they actually know that they are not getting or working efficiently with what they have already. So, you know, those new features might be very difficult for them to dish out because as they're asking the users to think beyond their experience, they might not be that knowledgeable enough to give us or suggest something very proficient for us. So the interviewer now, you the DA, you need to draw out more detailed information by trying to understand or ask more. So that's why it's very good that BAs are versatile. You need to understand systems, you need to understand ERP. In a few minutes time, we'll be looking at an ERP called Odoo. Yeah, we really need to understand how Odoo works because that solution is an ERP. Odoo as an ERP captures every process of an organization from sales to inventory, logistics, all of that, finance. In fact, it cuts across all sectors in every industry. So we'll be looking at it in no distant time from now. All right, so there are advantages and disadvantages of interviewing. One of the major benefits of conducting an interview is that it gives an opportunity to build a relationship with the stakeholder. Said this before, whether we are helping the business improve operations or to replace IT is a very IT system. It is crucial that we understand the perspective of the people involved. That's why that prior investigation research is very key. Because you need to understand these people, you need to understand the way they think. Looking at their website might give you a clue, an insight. Now, interfacing with them physically, will give you more understanding. It gives you more thoughts or more clarity into how their perspective is and all that. So this means that we as DA, we need to appreciate what they do, their concerns, and what they want from the new approach, the new solution that we are bringing forth. For their part, the stakeholder needs to have that confidence in you. So if you carry out this prior research, you've built some level of confidence in you that when you get to that organization, you can be able to ask the right questions, meet the right people. This alone will give your stakeholder that confidence that this person is a professional, this person knows what he or she is doing as it is. Now we're good. All right, so it will help them, once a stakeholder is having in that organization necessary reports and all that is needed of you. Hello, are we together? Can you hear me? Okay. I believe
Yes, we can hear you now, but I think your network had a glitch few seconds ago.
Oh,
you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay, yes, let's proceed. So all of these are, advantages of having this interview with your stakeholder. All right, so the other benefit is that, the focus of the information will vary depending upon the needs. So yes, of course, every organization have their problems, their challenges, and all that, right? But it will be a thing for the BA to, engage properly and to understand the things, right? So yes, you get to understand the opportunity. You have the opportunity to understand their points, their viewpoints, their approach, understand the organization, understand what they do. So it gives you an interview session, also gives opportunity to investigate new areas that arise. You have a chance to collect examples of documents, forms, and reports that the clients use, right? Right. So yes, application of political factors that may occur. All these are benefits, right, for having interviews. You understand the environment, the staff, and how their job is being done. All these are benefits for carrying out interview sessions. All right. So while interviewing is an effective technique, there are some disadvantages also. So you know that whatever has advantage also, definitely has some disadvantages. So interviews take time. So it takes time and might be expensive in the sense that the stakeholder might be very busy or have a whole lot on their desk to sort out with the time frame or limited time they have. So you see that person might not be so eager or something to deliver that feedback you're looking for, right? So the person might be very, very busy to carry out that section with you, right? So they take up the it will be time consuming for them, which is very difficult for them to bring out that time that you need to give you listening ear and also adequate feedback. That's part of the disadvantages. This may mean that the interview has to be rushed. There wouldn't be that time, that ample time for ample interview sessions and feedback, right? So it's part of the disadvantages, right? So also there are several views from them, that you as a GA will have to coordinate these views. You need to understand and identify their gaps and their problems, their challenges, their conflicts. So it will create a need for follow-up discussions and all that. So while we are having this kind of issues, it will take you or give you more time for follow-up, emails, calls, chat, to be able to get what you're looking for. Another is preparation for the interview, right? So as a BA, the interviewing process is greatly improved when you as a BA, you prepare thoroughly, as this will save a whole lot of time by avoiding unnecessary explanation. So yes, of course, if you've done your prior research properly, you will be able to, position yourself well as a professional to hit the nail on the head, right? There will be no side distractions. You're really going straight to what you want to do. By then you have an understanding of who are the people involved, why are we doing the solution, what approach and what is the final solution, what should it be, when and where can all of this be done and carried out. So this will provide an excellent framework for you for your interview session. So I believe we understand or we've talked about the 5 W's and H, the why, the who, the what, when, where, and how. So all this is what the PA needs to always have at the back of their mind, right? So who is giving us, this involves identifying which stakeholder, who are the people for this, who are the people that are having this problem. you know. So we need to start with that. We need to understand that. When you understand that who your stakeholder is, it will help you to understand the context of the problem. I've said this before, right? Before moving to the details of how to go about this problem, right? So it's very useful that the interview session is held, you know, to provide a good overview for what the problem is. So a senior person is also able to identify the key people to see and make necessary introductions. So yes, who are the people, the key stakeholders? Okay. Hold on, please. All right. So the level of authority of this interviewee will dictate the nature of the questioning. So there's what we call a top model, which illustrates a simple hierarchy of the S, which represents the strategic level of management. You know, that our concerns have to do with the level of the people involved. Who are the top management staff for the organization, right? We understanding this top model illustration, it will help us as it will help us as DA. All right. Hope I'm still here. I think I had a network glitch, I don't know. I want to believe I'm still here. Hello, everyone. Hello.
Yes, please go ahead. We can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right. So for the top model illustration, the S represents the strategic level, the T represents the tactical level, or the middle management, right? So, you know, which is very concerned with you understanding the issues of the performance, you know, the controls and all that. So this often entails reporting requirements and all that. So the T, we should get that at the back of our mind, the tactical level. The people, the technicians, the people carrying out this function, more like, you know, the developers when it comes to the IT system, you know, that does more of the practical side of things, you know. So yeah, it will help you to process their function. It will help you to understand them, how they function, how they carry out things, you know, how they execute their duties as it is. So the OP that makes up the stop, you know, talks about the has to do with the operational level. The people who really perform the actual task, the people who really, you know, do the real job as it is. All right, so these are the people who can describe the existing business solution accurately. So understanding that model will help you, you know, meet the right people, will help you ask the right questions, and at the end of the day, you're getting the value of it. So this is the hierarchy of the top. So you see the S, you know, it goes down from the strategic level to the tactical level to the operational level, which makes up the stop as it is. All right. So quickly, let's go down to why, you know, this top model makes helps you to understand who. You know, the who has to do with the top management level, the people at the edge, right? The technical people and also the operations. So you see that it makes up, it helps you break down who are the people in charge. So when we understand this, we now look at why. This involves you considering why a particular stakeholder is to be interviewed. and the place of the stakeholder in the organization, as was described above, right? So the objectives of this interview may range from the detailed exploration of business needs to establishing a good rapport and working relationship with the key stakeholder. You know, the form of questioning and note-taking will really differ significantly between the three cases, between these cases, sorry, right? So the why you need to understand well. Get those parts. It will give you an insight to how you solve the problem. To give you good rapport with the stakeholder, right? So all these are very key things that we need to understand as BAs. So you also need to look at the words, which involves you considering information that could be provided by the stakeholder and the areas we might explore during the interview. Are we good? Excuse me. Okay, hold on, please, a second. All right, so we'll talk about the who, we'll talk about the why. So we'll not look at the when and where, which involves us considering the venue. Yeah, you know, venue, right? When, timing, you know, you need to understand the venue, the timing, and duration for the interview session. Typically, the stakeholder will dictate the exact timing and duration. So you're to engage, so I'm engaging Taiwo, right? So Taiwo will give me his time. Okay, I'll be free at this time, I'll not be free at this time. And, you know, it will be, okay, I'm bringing out my 2 hours, I'm bringing out 1 hour. So all of this, if you don't understand this timing, why and where, you know, the time, the venue, you wouldn't be, you know, working professionally as a team, right? So this will depend upon availability, limiting interviews to a maximum length of, okay, so I just mentioned that right now. So, yeah, so we need to get all these things clear as BA. We need to get them clear. So most stakeholders are very busy people, and we have trouble finding slots. Yeah, some are really difficult. I've seen a whole lot of them. So also, I believe we've talked about the perspective in BA, all the perspectives in business analysis, all the strategies for BAs and all that. So you need to have all of these attributes, patience, right? You need to have that when interfacing with, because some are really troublesome. Trust me when I say that. All right, so it is difficult to maintain concentration and assimilate information gained in an interview that is longer than an hour, actually, right? So a very long is not really good. Like, so what is me and Ty were talking for like 3 hours? Most times it's not like it doesn't get interesting. Most times that we get to take much of the time, but at the end of the day, we get exhausted and we don't want to do more. So yeah. The longer the interview, the harder it is to write up the notes accurately. Yes, because a whole lot of information for you as a BA to take home. And I want us to understand that BA, you can't be interfacing with your stakeholder and you're writing notes, just like you're jotting down from A to Z of all the things the stakeholder is saying. No. So there's how it is supposed to function, there's how it is supposed to work. That's why we need to understand the use of some of these tools, right? So that will help us, you know, take the necessary information, take the right information down, or jot down the right information when interfacing or having that interview session. Here is the secret to 3 possibilities: the stakeholder place of work, the BA place of work, or a neutral third location. The first of these is recommended for the first interview for the following reasons. This is the person's own territory. Yeah, he or she feels in charge and less likely to be intimidated. So I'm coming to Taiwo's office. Taiwo is the owner of the place. So Taiwo will be very confident and relaxed to dish out the right information to me. Unlike me inviting Taiwo over, Taiwo wouldn't want to turn up. Even if he does, there won't be this relaxation from his end or from him. All right, so yeah. The BA also, you will have the opportunity to observe the working environment also, which is very key, and the frequency and nature of interruptions informally, right? When I get to Taiwo's office, I will understand how things are done. I'll be friendly with the environment. At least I know who the secretary is or the front desk person is, and all of that. So that is me being used to the place, and this will help me work effectively for them or provide that effective solution that they need. So yeah, the stakeholder will have all relevant source documents and screens to hand instead of maybe forgetting to bring some of these things alongside him coming when I'm taking him off his location, right? So Taiwo might forget some key documents, but while you're in Taiwo's office, if I request for this, Taiwo will just get them to me. If I need this, Taiwo will just get them to me, then that will make our interview session faster and all that. So although the best advice is to choose the stakeholder place of work, right? So we said this before. Okay. So next is conducting the interview. When conducting this interview, what is the structure of the interview? When we've decided the location and all that. So how do you now structure this interview? It is very important to structure interviews to gain the maximum benefit from them, right? So standard structure of opening, body of interview, and closure provides a helpful means for organizing interview, right? While providing flexibility. So open is having introduction, having like an onboarding, making people familiar with what is going to happen, by then, you're now going through the proper questioning and summary at the end of the day, right? So this is just how you should talk. So these things, you need to understand these things as BE, right? Okay. So yeah, so the opening, has to do with you making personal introduction, just like Edith just did, why onboarding me. I've not met with all of you before, but Edith has to give you this level of relaxation, level of who Kingsley is, and all that, right? So you need to the stakeholder needs to understand why we have to have the purpose of the project in general. Then they also need to know, have a knowledge of who the DA is or who the interviewer is. By explaining, interviewer needs to explain the context of the meeting or the engagement. All of this helps in the makes up the opening session. So we don't just go into any organization and start asking questions from the start without giving this opening session, after introducing yourself properly, who you are, what you do, and what is expected of that 30-minute meeting, 1 hour meeting, as the case may be, right? Before going down into the body of the interview, which is the main part, where you get to ask the right questions, where you figured out a good number of questions that needs to be asked, or information you need to be gotten from that particular engagement as at that time. So it's very useful to think about how you are going to structure this. A good approach is to begin by obtaining context for that information that the stakeholder can provide, right? Once you have that context, you can now structure the interview by examining each area separately. This will enable you to consider the issues and impact of those issues in each area and to uncover any specific problems and requirements. It is very essential to take note during the interview, very essential. Well, I believe in the course of the training, some other exposure to some skills, would be done. So, like I said, note taking does not necessarily mean you writing. Okay, Taiwo is telling us that. So the software you're looking at is reality, and as a BA, you're writing the software note word by word. No, you're not working. It will make us get value out of that engagement. So there are note-taking processes that I believe in the course of this training that we will get. So the closure is also important that you close the interview properly, right? You should summarize the points covered and the actions agreed upon, right? So when you explain the next step and all of that, all of this will help you do a proper summary. You also need to, want to, there's a chat. I don't know if it's fixed to me. Let me see. Okay, that's fine. Please do well to fill in the attendance list. It's very, very key. All right, thank you. Okay, so we need to, we usually want to advise the stakeholders that we will send them a copy of the written up note. So like I said, if you do a proper note taking, at the end of the day, you get home and you do a proper summary that you send to your client or your stakeholder, and he or she will understand how you can or what is to be done. Faith, I can see your hand up. Is there something you want to say or some clarity you need? Hello, Faith. If you can give Faith access to the mic. Or Faith, can you drop on the chat box? Hello, Faith, are you there? Or maybe that was an error anyway. So let's proceed. All right, so you need to ask the stakeholder and any further contact that should be made. This is a small point actually, right? But it will be invaluable if we need any other information or clarity. So the attendance list, attendance link has been sent. So scroll up a bit, Wasi, you see the attendance. Okay, fine, thank you. It has been sent to the group chat, so please make do with it and ensure you capture your name in the attendance list. All right, thank you. Let's proceed. Okay, so the notes at the end of the day, will really help the stakeholder understand what you're to do for them, right? If it is not possible to write up this note immediately, you find this task easier if you read through them after the interview and extend them where they are unclear. So, like I said before, note taking is very key because you can't engage an interview and you go home. What are you going home with? There should be an adequate document or information gotten from that meeting, which should be built upon as a DA. You are the solution provider. You get that feedback from them. You get home, you look at it properly, fine-tune them. You prepare a proper document that will be sent to your stakeholder, right? So once this is completed, yes, they should be submitted to the stakeholder for confirmation that, okay, this was the feedback we got. Hope this makes sense to you. This is what I got from our last meeting. Where can we build upon? Did I really nail them down? Did I really capture the areas that you mentioned? So all of this will, give you proper positioning for your next step, right? So there's another point here, observation. Observing the workplace and the staff, all of this will help you carry out good insight or carry out good investigation as a DA. I'll need to watch this because we do not have time. We have other things to do. So it is very important that before work is observed, the people being observed should be reassured that the objective is to understand the task, not to judge their performance. So yeah, most times we go into requirements or gap analysis sessions with some organizations, so many will feel, is he an auditor? Why is he asking me XYZ? Why is he, what is, so that's why it is very key to carry out that observation. So when the observation is done clearly, you can see how to, guide your words or how to approach that interview session. So they don't feel judged as it is, or that you're trying to audit them or something. So many clients are like that, right? So care is very needed if you want to observe a unionized work site. In this situation, it is important to ensure that approval is also gained from the trade union representatives and any other protocols are observed, right? So that is for you in, let's it out in Taiwo's office. So I need to understand Taiwo's staff. I need to make them understand that, okay, this is why I am here. This is why we are here. So they don't get to feel otherwise. All right, so in all of these observation things and all that, there are also advantages and disadvantages. The view of the stakeholder involved in a project may not have been sought during the interview. But in order to really obtain a feel for the situation, the analyst needs to observe the workplace and the business practices. So apart from collecting actual facts, it is also possible to clarify areas of little information and all that, and hence increase the understanding, right? So this has two advantages. You will have a much better understanding of the problem and difficulties faced by that organization. It also helps you to devise workable solutions fitted to the environment for that are more likely to be acceptable by the organization, right? Conversely, being observed can be rather unnerving, and the old saying that you can change what you observe, right, needs to be factored into your approach and findings. So when a proper observation is carried out while you're in an organization, you can be able to find your way around it. You can be able to, have friendly environment for work. So there's one formal observation. So it involves you watching a specific task being performed, right? There's a danger here of being shown the standard practice without any of the everyday variances, but it is still a useful tool for understanding the environment. Are we good? All right, so all these mixtures, right? All these are part of your investigation techniques that you need to adopt as a BA. So if a staff member perceives that we as BAs, that if they perceive us as having been sent by management, they are more likely to perform the task accordingly. That's why this opening session is key. That's why there's what we call an onboarding session, right? So you can't just go or walk into any organization. Every stakeholder, every key stakeholder needs to be involved for why you are here and what you want to do. That way, they will be very free with you to, give you the adequate information that is needed at the end of the day, right? So all the how they perform their tasks accordingly, they will be free to do that rather than the other way around, right? So it is perfectly acceptable to ask people being observed about aspects of the sequence they are following, so long as the question does not sound critical of any way the person is working, either in terms of words or in tone of voice. Like I said before, you don't go to an organization to downplay the staff, or talk down on the staff. I can see that. I don't know if it's fixing me or okay, fine. All right. So secondly, it does not distract from their performance of the job they do. You don't talk down on them, you don't downplay them, and all that. There's what we call after observation analysis. There's what we call protocol analysis. This involves asking business staff members to perform a task and to describe each step as they're performing. So Yeah, it works. So process, like I said, here you need to understand processes. If you understand clearly what a logistics process is from start to finish, and engage a logistics manager in an organization, if the person is not really hitting the nail that is expected of him, right? You'll be able to act or carry out the right investigation.
Hello, Mr. Kingsley, are you still there? Okay, please, let's exercise patience while we get him back on the call. Please, we are trying to get him back. Sorry, it's network. We are trying to get him back on the call.
All right, I'm very sorry. I didn't know I was, my network went off. I'm very sorry. I've been talking all the while. I didn't know that I was off the call. Sorry, so I'm trying my screen, is on the full screen mode. So I didn't know I was thrown out of the meeting. Sorry, my network just messed up. Sorry. So I don't know where I got lost. I've been talking. I was very shocked to see her connecting. I'm like, connecting to what again? Before I noticed that I was disconnected. I'm very sorry, everyone. I never knew. I don't know. So, please allow me to share my screen.
Boma, please make him a co-host.
Can you all see my screen? Okay, protocol analysis. Thank you, sir.
Okay, you can share your screen now.
Thank you. Okay. Is my screen visible enough, or I should just go back to the full screen mode? All right, let me just go back.
Visible enough, but I think the best is the presentation, so it will be very right.
All right, it's fine. Okay, so protocol analysis. So I was telling us that this approach is very similar with someone learning how to drive, right? So it's not a classroom thing. It's not something we go on the board to explain how to drive on the board, right? So the person has to do in real time. So you look at what the person is doing and explain simultaneously the performance for them and all that. So this is protocol analysis. So the higher the level of unconscious skills involved in the task, the harder it is to describe in words alone, right? So the performing and describing approach of protocol analysis help analysts to gain greater understanding. Okay. So there's another point also, shadowing, right? This involves a business user for a period such as 1 or 2 days in order to find out what a particular job entails, right? This is a powerful way of understanding a specific user role, asking for explanation of how the work is done, right? Or the workflow sequence. It's a good way of us getting clarity for some of these things. So the longer we spend shadowing a user or a stakeholder, so we understand what I'm saying, the longer we as BAs we spend shadowing, we are looking at the shadowing analysis now, right? The longer we spend shadowing a stakeholder, the better the rapport they can build over the time, and the better chance there is of real understanding or catching up with details that was not uncovered some while ago, right? So shadowing key staff members is a useful addition to more structured investigation approach, such as interviewing, since it provides a visual context for the processes that have been or will be described in the course of the interview session. So there's another one called ethnographic studies, right? So this is sadly beyond the budget of most projects. So many projects, this is way beyond the budget most times. So but would yield high returns if it could be achieved. So if we can achieve this approach, it will yield high returns. Rather, it's some sort of more out of the budget most of the time for projects. So it comes from the discipline of anthropology and involves spending an extended period of time, possibly several months, in the target environment. So that's why most people don't go this route, because it takes a whole lot. It involves a whole lot, before getting to understand the environment, getting to understand the organization, and all that. So it provides a basis for gaining an in-depth knowledge and understanding the complex business systems, and also uncovering so many knowledge that is embedded within the business. So, but like it's way beyond the budget. So a project that's supposed to take that's supposed to take a month or 2 months, having or going through this route will it involves a whole lot of time. You need to spend so much time going over some things over and over again, and at the end of the day, that's a whole lot. It's a whole lot that, but it is part of what we should do or know as why doing or carrying out our investigation analysis. Okay, so the other one is workshop. Of course, yes, we need to hold workshops with our clients or stakeholders. Provide excellent collaborative forum in which issues can be discussed, conflict resolved, and requirements, elicited. So yeah, it's really very key that workshop sessions are held, right? Workshops are, especially valuable when time and budget are tightly constrained and several viewpoints need to be canvassed. Workshops are also a useful forum for carrying out other activities such as analyzing the quality of the requirements set before it is formally documented. All right, I want to believe understand what we mean by workshop sessions. So we need to do that. We need to always carry out that as BA. It is embedded in the techniques, in the investigation techniques that we all need to know as BA. Course workshop has its own advantages and disadvantages, right? The main advantages of using workshops include the ability to gain a broad view of the area under investigation. It increases speed and productivity, obtained buy-in and acceptance for the project or the business initiative. All right, when we are in that meeting, having other stakeholders and all of us, having our thoughts together, putting up all of these things together, we give stakeholders some confidence, some level of acceptance to what we are to offer. So also another advantage is to gain a consensus view, excuse me, or group agreement. Okay. All right. So another side of this thing also, we talked about the advantages. There's also the disadvantage side of things. But for the advantages, yeah, they are very possible if a workshop is well organized and run. Yeah, actually, you understand that. Like I said, I want to believe so many of us are, not novice when it comes to understanding the word workshop, right? So that's why in primary school, secondary school, some of these sessions are held. However, in the organization side of things, workshops are held to, put up a clear understanding to what is to be done. The disadvantage here also, workshop can be time consuming to organize. For example, it is not always easy to get all the necessary people together at the same time. You understand that point, right? So yeah, we might not be, so let's say the CEO, the project is on our neck and we need to get it sorted out. And the CEO is, is very part, he has to be part of that project. He, top manager, he should be part of that project. But his too many engagements might not give him that time for that workshop session. And you might be, delaying or something like that. So it can be time consuming. If the workshop is not carefully facilitated, it may happen that a person participant can dominate the discussion. So altercations will come, some persons have their views, and they might be putting it up in that meeting or in that workshop session, and at the end of the day, we are dragging time and all that because concluding in a stipulated time as it is. Right. So in extreme cases, such a participant may be able to impose a decision because the other members of the group feel unable to raise their objections. Of course, you understand that. So it can be difficult to ensure that the participants have the required level of authority, which sometimes means that the decisions are reversed after the workshop has been ended. Okay. So it's very difficult to ensure that the participants have the required level of authority. Of course, I am in Taiwo's office, so most times some of so many I know go greet staff. We work with so many I know they greet staff, and most times they might cause problem for us, or I know go greet want to mess up the whole workshop session. So that is just part of the disadvantages. However, workshop sessions are very good to help provide solutions for an organization. So prepare for workshops. We need to, spend time before carrying out all of these things. So it takes a whole lot to prepare a workshop session, right? The success or failure of the workshop session depends in large part upon the preparatory work done by the facilitator. So myself, coming to hold a session in Taiwo's organization, I need to consider a whole lot. I need to put a whole lot in place. I need to factor out so many things. I need to spend time to plan this thing. What I need to break down or put clarity to the objectives of the workshop. I need to, know the people I'm to invite, how to invite them, all these things I need to make sure I put them in place. I need to understand the interest of each of the persons that will be in that workshop session. I need to understand the structure of the workshop and the techniques that I need to use, right? So I need to arrange a suitable venue where we can come to relax to talk about the problem and to talk about the solution also, right? So facilitating the workshop, excuse me. The workshop should start by discussing the objectives and endeavoring to secure the participants' buy-in, right? So it is often helpful here to get the business sponsor to open the workshop and hence show a commitment to the process. Very key that top management are top players in every project, right? They have the problem. They are bringing us into, help them solve that problem. We need to hold a workshop session for them. And also, in that workshop session, I need them to understand that they need to show commitment to that. That will help us in facilitating that workshop. So we need to ensure that the issues are discussed, the views are aired, we get to hear from people, we get to, look how best we can achieve the stated objectives. I can see that. Hope my voice is no longer down. Your network is bad though. Really. What do I do? Can I change position again?
Your voice is actually clear from my end. I think everybody, depending on their locations, are having challenges with network connection.
Not necessarily from my end, right?
Right.
Oh, beautiful. All right, thank you for that. Okay, so as a facilitator, I need to discuss the objectives. I need to put it clearly. I need to keep records for the points that are being discussed, right? This is often done by the facilitator keeping a record or a flip chart. So in that conversation, I need to also have my record. I need to, a flip chart or something like that. So it's key that the facilitators have a record or keep record, either written or audio record, just so you capture everybody's thoughts and sit over it to come up with a summary of what report to give back to the stakeholder, right? It is better to practice to appoint someone else to take the role of scribe during the workshop, because you might not be able to begin everything at the same time, calling up on people's view. Okay, let's hear from you. Let's hear from the financial accountant. So all of this might, take up a whole lot from you. You might not be able to really note down the needed information. So hence you need a scribe or somebody to assist you in that workshop session as a facilitator. So if the facilitator is spending lots of time, just like I said, it's a whole lot to be missed, a whole lot of, in fact, we spend a whole lot of time in that meeting or in that workshop, So at the end of the workshop, the facilitator needs to summarize the key points and action points and all that. So I've said this before. So techniques. There are two main categories of techniques required for a workshop to be carried out, right? For discovering and techniques for documentation. Discovering techniques are those that help the facilitator to elicit information and views from the participants. So types of techniques: discovery, and documentation. So discovery, yeah, you're getting facts from them, you're hearing from them, you're getting their views, you're hearing their views, you're getting all of those information, all those necessary information, you can be able to elicit them. It is vital that the facilitator considers which techniques would be most suitable for a particular situation and group of participants. So yes, very key. Example of these two techniques are brainstorming, round ribbon discussion. You understand what brainstorming session is, right? Round ribbon discussion, where the workshop participants are asked for their ideas in turn, brainwriting or exercises using post-it notes, where participants write down, ideas and then, collated and grouped. That's a round ribbon discussion, right? I'm giving Taiwo opportunity to say something or write his views or something like that. So there's another one called stepwise refinement, where we take a statement or idea or keep asking why to every answer given until we think we have got to the heart of the problem, idea, or situation. Stepwise refinement. There's another one, use of smaller breakout groups to work on stories, scenarios for a particular process to be fed back to plenary session. It's a powerful way to manage a large workshop where there is a range of, this is very key in organizing small groups for, holding a workshop session. It's part of it. It will help us gain insight of all of this. So we can see this part here, this group, this diagram here. So it has the discovery side of things, it has the documentation side of things to make up a good and professional workshop session. The round ribbon, the brainstorming, the brainwriting, all that we've mentioned, you should have documentations around process modeling to be able to, clearly break down their processes using some of the tools, wizard, product IO to capture good process flow charts. Have good pictures, mind mapping, using Xmind as a tool. There are other tools also we can use to do mind mapping, concept diagram, use case diagram, task scenarios. All these are what are the documentations that we need to, at the end of the day, come up with at the end of each workshop session. All right, so a variety of documentation techniques are suitable for use in the workshop. Several useful diagrammatic techniques are explored during the course of this book, including process models, just as we've mentioned or seen in the previous diagram. So text-based documentation may also be required in order to keep records of agreed action points, yes? So, of course, going forward as we'll be seeing a whole lot of things. So, going into a solution, you need to have the business requirement solution, you need to have the functional requirement solution. All of these are written documents that need to be captured for reference purpose, right? Another approach is to structure the discussion using recognized strategic or business performance analysis techniques. For example, if the workshop is concerned with the implementation of the business strategy, a higher level approach such as critical success factor analysis can be employed. So this will begin by agreeing the critical success factors for the objective or the part of the organization under discussion, and cascaded down to the key performance indicators to consider the information requirements needed in order to measure how these critical success factors are achieved, right? So this can be, this can then lead to the definition of more detailed requirements in areas such as data capturing and management reporting. Are we good? Hope I'm not being too fast. I'm trying to see how we can, manage our time. And I think it's already running out. It's fine. So we need to look at Odoo. We'll be looking at Odoo as an ARP that all these just all should have a look at or should play around, for future reference or future purpose. All right. Following the workshop, right? After the workshop, any key points and actions are written up and sent to the relevant participants and stakeholders. So like I said, after that meeting, after that session, after that workshop, you need to come up with something. You don't just sit in that workshop because we organize it. While organizing it, you want to get the facts you need to work with. So at the end of the day, you need to give a feedback of what you got from that meeting or that engagement. This should be done as quickly as possible because it will help to keep up the momentum and highlight the need for quick action, right? Okay, because when you've gotten everybody's view in that workshop, solution, clue to the solution is being gotten and action points have been stated and stakeholders need to have that so they can action on it. And at the end of the day, we are getting to what is desired of us. All right, so focus groups, they tend to be concerned with business and market research. This brings together a group of people with a common interest to discuss a topic. When such a meeting has similarities workshop, it is not the same thing actually, right? So a focus group could be used to understand people's attitude to any current shortcomings with the business system. For example, the reason why customers are unhappy with a service. A focus group will be used as part of an information gathering exercise, but the findings will need to be evaluated and assessed against the strategy and objectives of the organization. So as a result, the findings from a focus group should not be relied upon to produce definite requirements. However, focus group participants should represent a sample of the target constituency, whether they be external customers or internal staff, gathered from multiple sites and branches. Right. So they are given an opportunity to express their opinions and views and to discuss them in a focus group, unlike a workshop session, there is no requirement to form a consensus during the discussion. Right, so focus group is about getting those. So we are not tailored to putting up objectives. However, we have some groups that need to, go fish out what are the customers' complaints, what are those issues, and all that. So yeah, there's also what is called scenarios. Scenario analysis is very essential. Telling the stories of a task or transaction. Its value is that it helps a user who is uncertain about what is needed from a new business process or system to visualize it more clearly. Right? So scenarios, that's why we need to be versatile. We need to have vast knowledge of what is to be done and all that. Right? So we need to get those scenarios to put to our clients just so they understand what we are doing at the end of the day. All right, this analysis also uncovers additional information and knowledge, So for the scenarios, for this reason, scenarios are extremely useful in requirement elicitation, right? So if you come up with a story that is enlightening to what the issue of the stakeholder is, at the end of the day, we are good to have a way around solving that problem as it is. So the defined scenario also provides a basis for developing prototypes. We need to be used to some systems, Figma, Pencil, as DA. right? Scenario analysis is also a useful technique for assisting with risk analysis. Are we good? So all of these are very key that we should understand. So the scenarios also have advantages. You know, they are developed using a top-down approach, starting with an overview scenario and then refining them. You know, they provide a basis for developing prototypes. You know, we can use pencil to prototype a phone or, you know, any software or solution, right? So the scenario definitions are used for preparing acceptance test scripts. So when we can be able to put up that scenario to our customers, we can do all of this. However, there are disadvantages also. You know, it can be time consuming, you know, particularly where there are several alternative paths. So all is part of the disadvantages. So process for developing scenario, identify the task or interaction, you identify steps and sequence, you define control conditions, you identify exception situations, right? This flow will guide you, you know, to put up a clear scenario as it is. All right. So there's an overview approach to this. Identify the task as we've seen, identify the steps that will be carried out, you define the controls and the conditions, you identify the alternative paths that would be required in order to handle the situation. All right. I'm just trying to go through this so we can go into the next thing, which is Odo. Time is not on our side. All right. So once the alternatives have been uncovered, the analyst can then ask the question, what should we do if this happens or this is true? You know, you consider examples of scenario where a customer wishes to place an order. So, you know, place an order for via the phone, right? The first step from the salesperson could be, okay, enter customer reference number, you know, confirm customer details, record order items, accept payment. So there's a tool you can use to, you know, do all of this. So prototype this scenario of phone ordering. All right. For this scenario to flow in this sequence shown, as we've seen, the control conditions to go from step 1 to step 3, from step 2 to step 3, and so on must be true, right? So the order item recorded in step 3 must be available if step 4 is to take place. So these are flowcharts, you know, just to ensure that there are no delay order fulfillment onto stock arrives, allocating a substitute item if need be. So we should put clearly 1, 2, 3, 4 steps as the case may be, just so we can have our scenario clearly captured. All right. So I'm just wanting to hit the key areas for us to be aware. So another possible approach for us to use concrete scenario. Yes, specific narrative or stories and then set against the requirements already identified in order to find the gap. So all this will help in our gap analysis and all of that. A minute, please. Yes. Okay, so yeah, I'll just need to quickly summarize this so we can look at the other look at Odo briefly before we call it a day, right? So I believe we have this material. I know a good part of this have been explained for us to, you know, understand why we need to have investigation techniques properly done. Approach to, you know, doing investigation techniques or carrying out investigation techniques. I've made mention of prototyping. So all these are very key for us. We need to understand all of this. We need to know how to go about it. We need to understand why we should go about it and all that. We've talked about quantitative approach also. I believe this material is we have this material. Please do well to spend time with them. This is well structured. I like the fact it might be voluminous, however, it is straightforward for us to understand as BA, right? So I'll just need us to look at them properly, study them properly, have this mindset of a solution provider. Make sure you have this idea of documentation, proper documentation. You know, it will help you to deliver value as BA. Mind mapping is also one thing that every BA should understand. Putting up clarity, casting up information in form of pictures. I was saying that, okay, in an engagement, you don't need to start writing down notes, verbatim to how the client is saying it, how the stakeholder is saying it. You can use pictures, you can use illustrations, you know, to get those information. This is a clear mind map of how we can, of a car garage and all that. So you see how they just use few points to explain what they want to explain. So business process modeling, talked about this. We need to understand how to model processes. If you understand processes, you can model them properly, right? We can see this example. So processes from start to finish, we need to understand how to use a tool to do that also, right? Fishbone diagram, we need to understand all these are, this is an example of a fishbone diagram. Every BA, every business analyst needs to get this or understand this at the back of, not even at the back of your mind, you need to have them in front of you in every day of your life, right? So you can work effectively and professionally as a business analyst. Documenting the current state, current business situation. What are the business needs, resources, the comments? All these are very, very important for us to have or to know as BA. All right, so let's quickly go to Odo before I will take questions. Or should we run through, are there questions that you need to ask before going to Odo? Odo is a solution that I'll just show us. We can always play around it to gain understanding, to gain insight, to understand processes. The Odo captures, Odo is a very beautiful system, it's user-friendly. I believe so many of us know this, right? So let's just go to Odo, then we'll now ask our questions together or generally. All right, so I will need us to go to our Google Chrome or our browser to, I'll need us, so Odo you could have a demo environment that I would have invited us to work with. However, they stopped giving that, excuse me, they stopped giving that room for demo accounts for individuals. But they also have something that we can work with. So I need us to go to our browser. If you can see my own, I need you to type Odo, O-D-O-O, demo database. Odo demo database. All right, if you search for that, you click on the first search result, Odo demo, right? So this is where we can, you know, get to see the Odo environment, the Odo application. This is an ERP, a user-friendly ERP that helps businesses, that helps organizations manage their processes. As you can see on my screen, we have discourse module. All these applications in Odo are what it gives. In fact, Odo has more other applications. I don't know if we are on this page. Are we on this page? Odo demo database, search for it. Then click on the first search result. It will take you to this environment that okay, beautiful. If we are there, This is the Odoo database. This is Odoo 17. So Odoo keeps, making
Hello, Kingsley, are you still there? We can't hear you anymore. Okay, please give us a few minutes. I think he's having network connection problems.
Yes, I don't know. My network is low, so I don't know what I do to MTN. They just keep going on. All right. Hope you can hear me. Sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
All right, please go ahead.
All right. So I believe we are on this page right now. Who is not on this page? So this is the basic Odoo data environment, Odoo software environment. However, Odoo has so many other applications, and also there are developers that use some other interesting solutions that you can buy from Odoo third-party applications. So whatsoever applications that you need that we don't have on our dashboard or our database, you can install from the Odoo app. Right? See the app here, scroll down, you will see applications. So here is where you can see a whole lot of applications. Odoo has too many applications that make our life easy, that make business management easy. Are we good? So yes, so I just need us to look at this as BA. We need to understand how this functions. So how do we use this solution? How is this solution a go-to for us? Or why is it that we are having this solution shown to us? It's for us to understand business processes, right? This solution helps us to see how it's captured or structured its CRM, giving us a beautiful pipeline from the new inquiries or new businesses that we are looking to their different stages. This is just a demo account. However, although you can modify all of this, you can edit the name to suit your business operation. You can change any of all these are manipulated, or you can change any of them using this tool Odoo has there, the Toggle Studio. You can use this studio to make changes to all of this form that Odoo has there, to rename whatsoever to suit your business, right? So you see how it has this reporting. As VAs, we should leverage on Odoo reporting to see our forecast. So, it's expected that every business should see what they're expecting, right? Upcoming closings. I can close this to see all other forecasts and my pipeline. I'm not looking at a particular month. However, I can filter to, filter by my pipeline. The ones I can filter by any of this, just so I have what I want to see in my face or in front of me, right? So Odoo helps you to clearly set up each of these modules to use them to solve your problem as an organization. It helps BAs to understand how processes are captured, how an organization should function in a particular process, right? It is very robust that Odoo, makes all of these things simplified for us. For sales people, you see that you have all your sales record in front of you, all your orders, quotations that you sent, you get to see all of them. This is a simplified tool, right? I don't want to, it's not like I'm training you on the use of Odoo. I believe as DAs, we can play around the things. However, Odoo can give you leverage to use a free module, but you can only use one particular free module to manage your own business as an organization. But if you go further by selecting other modules in it, you need to pay. So why is an interesting solution also? When you selected the modules you need, Odoo will give you a 15 days free period to use the system, to play around it, to try and make payments. However, if you've uploaded whatever data in there or your data in there, in the first of that 15 days, you've not made your payment, that database will be lost, right? So that's how Odoo works as an organization. They provide this AROC to help every business. This is not limited to a particular industry. It helps every industry as it is manage their business perfectly well. So as DAs, we need to look at this. All these are different interesting modules, you know, CRM management module, sales management module. This is dashboard. Dashboard puts up all the reports of the different modules in front of us. You can see our sales on this left pane here. We can see our subscription for businesses that does some things around subscription, yearly, monthly, quarterly, and the like. We can see our report for CRM, our finance reporting. We can see our account report. We can select the period in the year, or we want to see. We can select what report of a particular year that we want to see. So you see that Odoo is making our life very simple and interesting at the same time. So you can see all your cash receipts, cash spent, a beautiful ERP solution. You understand what the word ERP means? Enterprise resource planning. That's what ERP is. And Odoo is one ERP that, I would recommend for everyone to lay hands on. There are other ERPs, there are Zoho, there are SAP, too many of them. However, I like Odoo. Why do I like Odoo? The user friendliness, right? You see how the dashboard is giving us interesting reports just at a glance. We can see our invoicing, so it's a very good solution. I want us to go, look at this solution, get friendly with it. It will in turn help you as a DA, understand processes. This is logistics, all our purchases, all our vendors, and all what you want to see at a glance. The Odoo dashboard puts up all of these things in front of us. You can get to see beautiful analytical reports using the Odoo dashboard, right? So it's very key that we find ourselves, playing around this solution. Things around our projects, things around marketing. It also incorporates websites. I'm even working on a project right now, an E3. I'm implementing Odoo for them. I'm also building their website too. So you see that it has some things around human resource management. So Odoo is very key. Odoo is very interesting. We will not have time to, delve into them one after the other, but I need you to trust me that when you play around these things, you understand it. You understand it. For salespeople, you understand that, okay, a customer is requesting for quotation, right? You capture the customer's name. The customer is telling you, I need XYZ product. You have this product with the customer thing. Either your website or social media, or they know your company, their referral. You can add all of those products in here. at the end of the day, the total amount of the quote will come for you to send to the client, send by email. If they are in front of you in your organization, you can confirm and print the quotation for them, right? So any quotation that is confirmed, you know, you to move from the quotation stage to, if you send, sorry, any quotation sent, because the order moves from one step to another, one stage to another. So I am building this quotation and I send it by email or I print to give to the client. It will move from this quotation to quotation sent. So if the client says the quotation is okay, there's no adjustment or something, you can now confirm that quotation. It will now move automatically become a sales order. And when this is a sales order, we understand that next step is, you know, raising an invoice and also making payments. So Odoo is very integrated that all of the accounts, raising invoice and all that can be done from the sales module. So let's put up a product just see this briefly before call it a day, right? Okay, let's buy. Let me say burger. Right? What quantity of burger is this client requesting for? Let me say 5. It has its unit price. Definitely, it's a total itself. So for 5 burger at 5.5, the total is this. So I think I got lost again. Can you hear me? Am I back? I think I just noticed I got lost.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So you need to understand this system very well and it will guide you. It will open your knowledge to what your job is as a DA. So when all of the necessary required products or services is being captured here, you get the total. You send to the client email if there is one, right? You see that Odoo makes it simple that it has a template. There's an email template already, which you can always change at any time. You know, hello, Taiwo, this is the code, you know, and if the other information you need to attach to this is this and the send, and it goes. Okay, Taiwo will now call that. Okay, I've seen your code is fine, and all you just need to do is to confirm. Let me send this to you time that we see. So I told us that quote was here, and you see that this was here, quotation, then I've not sent. Now I sent, it has moved to quotation sent. And it's expected that the receiving end will now give a feedback either via email or via a call. Okay, that this is, I'm okay with the quote, it's fine, give me invoice, right? So what is expected of you now is to confirm that the customer has confirmed reception of the email of the quote, sorry. Then you click on that confirm button. You see that it is no longer a quote. So there's what is called a quote. There's what is called a sales order. You need to understand all of these processes. You see how it is making sense to us. It's a quote. It's just a quote. You've raised a quotation. However, it has not been confirmed from who needs that service or that product. So if that confirmation is done, it is automatically a sales order. For those that do conventional recording or documentation, you understand this word, sales order and quotation, right? So it's a quote that have gone through. That's why we are seeing this delivery here, that one quote is on its way to the client's end. So I've confirmed this is a sales order. The next thing the client will need from me is to, okay, raise an invoice for them to make payment. If I click on invoice, right, it's either a down payment you want to make, okay, I'll pay, the client might say I want to pay 50% and complete later or something like that. So you see that Odoo is not capturing that, okay, regular invoice is the full payment to be made. Down payment, a percentage of the payment to be made. There's a fixed amount that he said he wants to pay to balance later. So you now create this, right? And so when you create this, if a sales order that have gone to the client, will confirm that payment has been made. Okay, there's a prompt here. You have an understanding study for this customer. Okay, this is a demo account. So this customer is already, there's an outstanding already. So that I can allocate them to mark this invoice as paid. You see that Odoo makes life easy for us. Odoo makes give us good processes as to all of this, right? So if I do that, I can register the payment and it will go to the account. Like I said, it's an integrated system. You see how from the sales module, I am also doing account operations from here, right? So if I create this payment, I can register it. It will be recorded in our account module that this payment has been made. So it's the same. I just use this scenario to, make us understand how the solution works. However, we can also play around this. We can see our invoices, we can see our product variants. So it's just a beautiful system. I will employ us to play around it. I will need us to be, friendly with this solution is to guide us to understand business processes. I think I've overgone time. Edith, kindly confirm if I have more time.
Okay, we are far behind time, so I think we cannot go further than this. Odoo is very robust, and by the time they start playing around the platform, they would have better understanding.
Exactly. User friendly, trust me, you can always find your way around it. So always play around it. Don't get twisted because the solution, this demo account, if you leave it idle for like a minute, 2 minutes, and you want to go back from one stage to another, it might be giving you error. So don't get it twisted. Just reload, go back the same process, Odoo demo database, and start all over again. So yeah, but you can create an account, you can create a database for yourself, but it is just for the space of 15 days that you can use that for. So thank you, everyone. We'll just a minute or two to take the questions before we call it a day. EDT, let's have question sessions before we call it a day. Please, thank you, everyone. Thank you. I need your feedback. I need your suggestions. I need your compliments if need be. Please.
Okay, I think there's just one question from Chukuma Silveria. Says, what's the difference between Odoo and other ERP?
Okay, trust me, if you go to SAP right now, or Zoho, I don't know, but trust me, you might not really find an easy site. So just to make it simple, Odoo is user friendly, right? Odoo is user friendly. Odoo is customizable. It's easy to customize, right? Odoo is also easy to integrate with other third-party solutions. I'll just leave it at this for now. User friendliness. In fact, when Odoo 17 was launched, it was set against SAP. Odoo loads faster than SAP. So these are the few I'll give you for now. All right, thank you. So we don't waste time on this. Are you okay with that?
I think that answers it. Yeah, thank you so very much, Mr. Kingsley, for your time. It's been an educative session, and we have come to the end of the final or last session today. So please put in your round of applause in the chat room as we appreciate Mr. Kingsley for his time. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you, and do have a wonderful weekend ahead, Mr. Kingsley.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter, I can see your review, right? Odoo is very accessible. Yeah, go Will, I can also see that. Go give your eyes somehow, right? So yes, guys, play around this. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Edith. Thanks for the
All right.
I really appreciate it. Everyone, enjoy the rest of the weekend.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience, and we apologize for having taken much of your time. this afternoon. Thank you for your patience, and I hope you had value for your time. We've come to the end of this session. The assessment links will be dropped in the WhatsApp community. Please do well to take your assessments and follow other instructions that we put on the platform. And do have a wonderful, wonderful weekend ahead. Enjoy yourself, stay happy, and stay blessed. Thank you.